day.
Yeah,
Beautiful day
it's
for
so
it.
nice. It's super nice.
So good.
I'm so glad that we're able to. Welcome everyone. Rodolfo Roman, joined by Scott Miller. We are in the beautiful Miami Marina here in the city of Miami. And Scott, it's time for the inaugural Black Belt Paddling Challenge. It's the inaugural event. I'm excited. You're excited.
Very exciting.
So
Very
happy to be
exciting.
out here. What can we anticipate? This is the first here. It started by Andre Sosa, a black belt jiu-jitsu practitioner who fell in love with the sport in his home country of Brazil, and he's trying to spread the word about paddling and the Tahitian culture and what beautiful it is. What a beautiful story.
Listen, you're going to see some of the best paddlers in the world here today. You're going to see a lot of our great local paddlers here today, here on historic Virginia Key. Right here at the Miami Rowing Club, we've got great conditions today. Actually, we've got some challenging conditions today. We've got a strong wind out of the east. It's going to be pretty bumpy on the other side of this island. So people with skill, people with like technique, they're going to show their true mettle today as we go around the island. So it's an amazing, amazing course that Andre has set up. First one in Miami, Black Belt Paddler Challenge.
First one of many, hence the reason the whole black belt name for this paddling race. Now, you mentioned about the weather conditions. I'm not a meteorologist, but the last time I checked, it was between 20 to 25 wind gusts, Scott, and that's going to be quite a challenge. However, it seems that the advantage goes to some of these Tahitians that are flown to for this race.
Well, we have some Tahitian paddlers here today. Of course, we've got some Brazilian paddlers who are also used to big conditions, but don't discount the local talent because, quite frankly, they go out in these conditions all the time. They're used to the waters. They know where the shallows are. They know where the depths are. And if they've gone out into this at any time at all, they've got a little advantage with local knowledge.
Now, of course, there's several races that will be broadcasting here today with the short one and the long one. The short one being 7 miles, the long one being close to 12 miles. Endurance is key here, especially with the water there being kind of choppy and what they say a little bit rough.
No, it's definitely choppy. If we are going out to, I'm not sure which course that Andre is going to choose today. He's made his decision based on the conditions today. If they go out to the tower, which is open ocean, it does shallow out around the tower. It gets very choppy. It could be washing machiney out there. If you've got good technique and good skill and especially strength and endurance, you're going to do very well in this race today.
And now let's talk about some of the crafts that we're going to see on the water. We got your V1s, and you could just break down a little bit about that,
Sure.
what people can anticipate here
Sure.
today, tuning in for the first time here on Va'a channel.
So you've got three distinct types of watercraft out here today. You've got outrigger canoes with a rudder. You've got Tahitian style V1 Va'a with no rudder. Very challenging craft on a windy day like today. And then you also have surf ski with a rudder but two paddles, so a kayak. So you've basically got canoes and kayak. We want to give a little distinction for our non-paddlers in the audience today. Difference between paddling and rowing. Everybody says, oh, did you have a good row today? No, we had a great paddle today. Paddlers go forward, rowers go backward. There's no rowing craft in this race today, only paddle craft.
Absolutely, and we're going to kick off with a prayer before the first race starts for a gentleman that passed away, unfortunately, doing for what he loves and his passion in Tahiti, and such a devastating story.
Truly a remarkable story. Kevin Quider passed away last year. We also had a local paddler, Eiffel, who also passed away doing what he loved. We're going to be spotlighting the two of them in this prayer. Kiki De Boa from the island of Tahiti is going to be offering a prayer in Polynesian, and we're going to go silent while he does that, but I will be happy to give you sort of a translation when we come back live. But this is a sport, make no mistake, there is an element of danger. Whenever you're out on the water, you cannot discount the danger element on the water. These paddlers are all going to be leashed today because of the wind. They're all going to have PFDs, personal flotation devices, and that's why we're going to be safe on the water today. But we need to honor our brothers who've passed away doing what they love.
And when you talk about leash, you know, and again, this is for the person that for the
Sure.
first time is tuning in here and watching this race. How important it is, especially because of the weather, tying that up with it to your wrist. Where exactly it is it a preference?
It's going to leash to your leg. You don't want anything on your arms. It will get in the way as you paddle. So you want to leash to your leg, and that way, if you go in the water on a windy lake today, it'll take your boat away from you very rapidly. You do not want to be in the water without a boat. That is for sure. Your boat is your best flotation device, and sticking with it, even if you hoolie. And on a day like today, there's going to be some hoolieing, so we'll see that. You want to get back in that boat as quickly as you can, and the leash is going to aid you in doing that.
And the hooling is when you pretty thrown off the boat, just for those folks that are understanding. We're going to learn some cool terminologies during this broadcast, and you can tell, you can feel the wind gusts. You're hearing it here through our microphones.
Exactly.
How much of an impact it's going to have during these races. And it's open to all ages, male and female, which is better. A lot of competition out here. Anyone in particular that you have your eyes on, especially in the long race, that you say, this is the person that's going to come out and take this one, or any dark horse, that person that you really did not anticipate that was going to come out on top?
Well, I'll tell you, we've got some great local paddlers. We've got Mark Atanasio coming from the west coast of Florida. We've got JP Anzola, who's here locally. We've got, I think Paulo Emilio is out today. Also, we've got from Brazil, Dave McKnight, an amazing paddler. Used to very big water, but of course you cannot talk about this without talking about the Tahitian paddlers. You've got like Kiki De Boa, who's out there. You've got a raft of amazing paddlers. Eric Dean, also out there, the steersman for Paddling Connection. These are world-class paddlers. Right behind us now, we've got the captain's meeting. So
yeah, we'll see if we can try to get some of those images. We'll check with our producer here if we can get some of those shots right now, because what's happening is they're having the captain's meeting. Scott, can you just break us down exactly what they're going through, what they're saying in preparation for this race?
Sure. So what they're doing back there is, right now the race organizers are going through the safety measures, where the chase boats will be, where the course is. This is really key for the paddlers to understand where they're going. You don't want to get off course. It does happen in longer races. Also, what the protocols are for safety. And then at the end of this, once they've clarified what the actual course is for everyone, you'll have the prayer from Kiki De Boa.
Okay, I see that we're getting now word here from Monica Diaz. It sees that we're going to see if we can hear them out there. Go ahead, Monica.
We're ready to start. We got people online. We got a lot of people watching us. Everybody, look at our commentators, Roman and Scott Miller. Thank you for being here with us. They're reporting and broadcasting live to everyone around the world. First edition Black Belt Paddler.
Very emotional moment there for the Diaz family.
Great day.
All right, so
all right, guys.
and I'm in communications, okay? So
Hey, I just messed up with this.
okay, go.
All right, everyone can hear me? No. Roman, I'm sorry, Scott. We're live here from this beautiful Virginia Key Island, ready for the Black Belt Paddler Challenge. Yeah, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I didn't prepare a speech, so I'm just gonna talk from my heart. Yeah, Monica, she's a professional in communication, so it means a lot to be emotional in this area. Like, I never saw this woman crying, but this is like a dream for us. That like we're working on this for a year. Last year we visited Tahiti for the first time, and we fell in love with the culture, the Polynesian culture. Been to Hawaii too, and it's amazing. You feel so welcome. And the meaning of this race is basically spread the culture of the water, right? Watermen's. Doesn't matter if it's a V1 or a OC1 or a surf ski. Those are in Tahiti. This is a va'a. It's a boat. A va'a is a boat, right? It's a watercraft, right? All those islands in Polynesia are colonized by water, right? If the guy has a girlfriend and want to find a girlfriend, he has to paddle to the other island to get a girlfriend. So it's a beautiful culture, beautiful culture. I committed to myself to spread that culture. I made a lot of friends over there, and I want to share with you guys this, and bring these people for our backyard, so we can have the sport. As a sport, competition sport is new. Doesn't have like 20 years of high-level competition sport. So we're still like step by step, but as cultural is millennial, has thousands of years as culture, right? We want to share this culture. We want to welcome everyone. Means a lot, everyone here. I know that people travel like from all around the state, all around the world. We have people from Tahiti, we have people from Hawaii, we have people from Brazil. We have a Brazilian champion here. All the parts of Florida, Tampa, everywhere. I'm gonna forget some names, please forget them, but I'm very thankful for each one of you. But I cannot start this. This is a lot of effort that we put, me and Monica. But I want to share this with all our community here at the MRC. This community is so great, from Dragon Boaters, the Kanalui, from the Hui. Everyone jump crazily to help me to put this race together. It's a lot of effort. My respect for all the race organizers. I was sometimes an annoying guy. I was, hey, can I do my registration now? Why I cannot do it? It's a lot of stress. It's a lot. Some girl gave me like some pills for stress yesterday. It was for 4 days. I took 4 at the same time. Didn't work. But it's we're gonna go to the captain's meeting. With Paolo is gonna explain the race course. We changed the race course because the conditions, as you can see, is pretty windy. It's really nasty outside. I know that a lot of you, like me, I want to go there and surf, but we have to do in a safe way that everyone is going to come back and have fun, not suffering in the water, right? We're going to have a short course that I'm going to advance. It's going to be 2 laps, going a little bit out of the basin, come back here. It's going to be nice because we're going to get you in the camera, live streaming you. It's going to be safe. And the short course, Paolo and Kevin, my angels here who work like busted their ass since 5 in the morning figuring out to put those buoys. They figured out a nice 2 laps with a mile downwind.
2-lap course.
About a mile downwind here, 2-lap course, right? We have here the commissioner, our commissioner here.
Commissioner from Key Biscayne.
Nice.
The commissioner from Key Biscayne.
Commissioner Kaplan, thank you so much for being here and supporting us. Community is important.
Commissioner
we know your community
Kaplan
is
from Key Biscayne is here prestigious the Black Belt Battle
and that's what we need,
Challenge.
community coming together. So thank you for being here. He's gonna send you guys off with that horn, so get ready.
Yeah. A quick, before, I know that I'm annoying on the microphone, but I cannot forget the people that helped me. It means a lot for me. Christiane from Kanalui, she's here. This girl, hey, thank you so much for everything that you do. Sebastian, this guy, Paolo, bro, this guy was in the water. This guy is my mentor here. This is our coach for the Hui. Kanalui, I have 2 clubs. I have Kanalui and Hui. And press the fuck button. I'm joined those 2 clubs. I love these people. But look, everyone here, look, Mark over there. I started this live streaming with Mark. He put me on the map. Friends here who paddle with me every day. Don is every day 5 in the morning with me in the water. We talk about my problems. He talk about his problems. It's really cool. Yeah, but more people here that I cannot forget. But I cannot forget these people who came from Tahiti and take like 13 hours flying in an airplane to come here to prestige my race. This race, unfortunately, is the same day of a race that is happening in Tahiti for the honoring the life of Kevin Kuider, the brother of Stevie Boy, who passed away during a race last year. We're gonna do a prayer for him and for our friend Afo here, who passed the beginning of the year. This prayer is gonna be done by my friend Kiki De Boa. He's going to do a prayer in Tahitian, and I hope that everyone, we're not going to understand, but we're going to translate this for you guys. It's a prayer blessing the race and blessing those 2 guys, those 2 souls that left us paddling. Okay, I'm going to bring now Paolo that is going to explain for you guys the race course, and after that, Kiki is going to come to do the prayer for you guys, and then we're going to go to the water and have fun.
You want fries with that? That's what I feel like I gotta say. All right, guys. Can everybody hear me? All right. Conditions out there are sporting. So, if you can't self-rescue, consider the short course, okay? We'll start with the novice course. The short course, we're gonna go, you line up over here, we'll bring you up, so you're gonna line up down here, we'll bring you up, the jet ski is gonna be coming up and down. The jet ski is gonna cut your nose off if you try to creep, okay? Right. Right. Okay. When the red flag goes up, means the race is about to start. When the red flag drops and the horn goes off together, the race has started. Okay? Short course is going to go right along the basin. At the end of the basin, right here, there's a piling, a wood piling. It's the no wake sign. Outside of the island, there is a big yellow buoy. It looks like a minion. Okay? You're gonna go around. It's a right shoulder turn around the minion, and then you're gonna come back into the basin. Okay? You're gonna go all the way down. At the far end, there's another minion, another big yellow buoy. It's right down here. Another right shoulder turn. You go across, another right shoulder turn. That's your 5-mile course. Okay? You're going to finish right off of this dock, between the dock and the orange buoy, so they can get your time. Okay? Two laps. Okay? Yeah. Right. Listen. Make sure when you're coming in at the end of your second lap that you come close to the dock and call out your number, okay? So they can keep the score right, so they get your timing right, okay? It's important, all right? So when you finish in here, Krishan's taking the time, call out your number, cross the finish line, all right? Questions on the short course? 2 laps total. Yeah, 2 laps total. This way, clockwise. We're going clockwise. Yeah, yeah, you're going from that buoy over there across that one, and then this way, and then straight up, exactly. 1 buoy on the outside of the island, of the little spoil island. Yeah, okay? Yeah. And there'll be a boat, guys. Listen. There will be a boat that you can follow. Okay, there will be a lead boat during the race that you can follow. Okay? All right. Questions on the short course? Questions about racing? Okay. All right. The long course. The long course is also 2 laps. Same start. We're going to work our way up this way. Same thing. You're going to keep that piling on your right. You'll see the yellow minion. And now you're going to run up. This is a tough part of the race. You're going to come up past this island. We got another yellow buoy up here. It's going to be an AMA side, a left side turn. Then you're going to get a downwinder. We're going to get you pretty close to the shallow water, and that'll be if the wind stays the way it is, the angle is a good downwinder. You're going to find another yellow buoy right around here. Now you got to start surfing left. It gets technical, right? You got to catch the bump right, surf it left, because there's another buoy down here by the bridge. Once you get to the bridge buoy, that's where you're going to hate me. You're going to turn on the bridge buoy left. Now it's upwind. All right? That's the one that's going to make you question your life. All right? Now you're coming upwind back to this yellow buoy. Now you're going to pass that yellow buoy on your right-hand side. You're going to stay outside of the piling marker and make a beeline so you can get some rest by the tree line. Then you can get some rest. Call me dirty names, all that kind of stuff right around here. You make it to the 2 buoys here at the corner. You come around, go do it again.
Yeah, the
Okay.
Black Belt Paddle Challenge.
All right.
No chicken.
Okay. Rules for racing. Give yourselves courtesy out there. Okay? All right? If you're coming out of the basin and there's a paddler that's coming in, the paddler coming out of the basin has right of way. There's enough space out there that there shouldn't be any issues, but in case somebody's wondering, that's the rule. Drafting. If you can draft, draft.
Anything.
So if you're yeah, if you're a girl and you can draft a guy, great. If you're in a one-man, you can draft a two-man, great. Okay?
Throw shalala.
What's shalala? Oh! Okay, questions about the race course? Anything? Approximately 10. Okay? Approximately 10. It might be 11. It might be 14. No, it's approximately 10. Okay, guys, listen. Yeah. If you do if you're out there and you start waving your hand like this, it means you need help, but you're not in immediate danger. Okay? It just means, hey, I need some help. Somebody come check on me, and we'll get to you. If you do this, we're all coming for you. Now, if you see a paddler out there and they're doing this, stop. Stop, ask them, okay? We need to protect each other. Now, if you hoolie and you come up and someone says to you, are you okay? Say yes. And this means I'm okay, all right? It's windy out there, it's hard to hear, so if somebody points at you and says this, like they go, hey, Don's gonna look back at me and say, I'm okay, okay? Yeah, exactly. Just go, yeah, like just yeah, and then look at them and, you know, figure it out, okay? But if you see somebody hoolie, check on them. Okay, we got to take care of each other out on the water. This is Ohana Va. We're all community here, right? Okay, the race is not as important as people. The safety boats are out there to protect life, not property. Okay, we will go back and get your canoe if we can, but we're out there to get you guys out of the water if you need to be out of the water. Okay, so means that somewhere in that direction we might find your canoe. Okay, that's the primary thing. Is if you're telling me this and you're in trouble, I'm gonna come get you, we're gonna pull you in the boat, and we're not gonna worry about your equipment. Okay, questions, anything? Yes, time for the prayer.
All right. Now we're gonna get together here to listen a prayer from Kiki De Boa. Paolo said, rules for this race. We're gonna start the short course as soon as we finish this captain meeting. I'm gonna give you all 10 minutes to get to the end of the basin, line up behind the yellow buoy, okay? Behind the yellow buoy and line up over there. As you said, if you feel that you're coming here for fun, respect people who's like, hey, I'm not coming here to win this race. Let the fastest paddlers go in the front, you know? Let the fastest paddlers go in the front. Especially on the long course race, we have surf skis, you know, we have V1s. Be aware, a V1 doesn't have a rudder. So if you have a rudder, you play safe and turn. Don't expect the V1. Sometimes side wind is hard to control a V1, right? But let's have fun. Rules for the race, he said, play safe. No rules for drafting. No rules in this race for drafting. You can draft at anything. If a boat is passing by and you want to jump in a wake, take advantage and jump in the wake. This is an ocean race. It's not lanes. It's not made with like flat water. You know, we have to play with the weather. Now we're gonna have Kiki De Boa, my friend Kiki De Boa. He's the father of Tehoto De Boa and Taroa. Two big names of Tahiti. Tehoto is here to paddle surf ski. Taroa is the only only 10 years in a row sprint champion, right? Kiki De Boa. The microphone is yours. He's gonna do a prayer for our race and for the Kevin Coider and Evo.
Yorana, hi. We make the prayer to ask for the God protect us and help us during this day. Te atuai, te haamai te nei mātou ia oe, te ye mahana api.
So,
O mai ia mātou te ao, te hapa o, ngai tei e te whaaro'o.
direct us on the right path.
Hapi mai ia mātou te e amau,
We wish this
iau
prayer today
ia
homage to our
mātou
brothers,
ia
Kevin
haere.
and Eiffel and all those
Nā
who left
roto
us.
te e pure, te hina
not
aro
forget
nei
them.
mātou e
Watch over us again
whaate,
today.
i te
Bring us your
tapo
protection until the
hamana
end of
ora
our race.
o nā
In the name
eito
of
e
Jesus Christ, our
piti
Savior. Amen.
o Kevin Queder, o Eiffel Giliana, e te mau aito atoa o te whaaru e mai te ienei iao. Tau turu whaahone ia mātou, te ie hoera a e tēno atu tōna hopea. Nā roto i te oa o ietu tō mātou whaaora. Te ha mai te e atu wau i tō oeina i oa e te whatu e tau atua e. Te ha mai te e atu wau i tō oeina i oa e amuri no atu. Amen. Amen.
And that's the traditional prayer at the beginning of every single race in Polynesia, at the beginning of every single race in Hawaii, at really every outrigger race. They will hold a traditional Polynesian blessing. It's to keep the paddlers safe. When they go out, we want them all to come back. We want this to be a safe event for everyone, a fun event for everyone, but most importantly, safe.
And you heard from the captain, safety is key for all of our participants. So may rest assured that here at the Black Belt Paddling Challenge, that is the key here. Safety is the number one thing. We have everyone to have a fun-filled day, but safety being the first thing. And of course, for these weather conditions, Scott, it's key.
Well, it is key. Clearly, they felt it was a little too big for inexperienced paddlers outside. They brought both races inside to the north of Biscayne Bay here. We're going to be doing 2 laps for the longer race and 1 lap for the shorter race. But I think it's a smart move to keep things safe for everyone. I know some more experienced paddlers are probably going to be disappointed that they aren't going to be outside surfing. But honestly, it's much more important that people who aren't as confident in waters like this are safe.
Now, this is what we want to paint the picture here, because this is where it gets, to me, I think this is the most exciting part, the beginning.
Yes.
You're going to see a rush. It's almost like bumper cars.
Yes.
People trying to get in and out of the way. There's going to be a rush to try to get up front, and that's the key. You want to be the first person to be out there so then you can get on the open water and then just stroll ahead.
Most races are won in the first mile. People will set themselves up for success in this start. So as they go out, they want to charge out. It is a sprint for the first mile. You have to have endurance. You have to have anaerobic capabilities. You need to have aerobic capabilities. You're going to want to charge right out in front of that pack and stay out there as best you can. It is a long race, so 12 miles, a lot can happen in 12 miles, but if you set yourself up for success, if you get out of the boil, if you get out of the carnage at the beginning, you're going to be just fine.
And we were just noticing prior to the captain's meeting and prayer how these Tahitians were out there
Yes.
just trying to warm up and how smooth they were moving through the water.
Yeah.
And we talked about how the Tahitian people start paddling at 4 years old. There's something in their blood.
Sometimes even younger than 4. We've been in the islands, we've seen little Kiki out there in boats scaled for themselves, surfing. surfing on motorboat waves. I'll tell you, the end of a big race, all of a sudden you see the kids are all on the water, the motorboats are going to and fro, they're playing, they're surfing from a very young age. The people who are 4 right now, in 10 years' time, you're going to see that they are the new champions of this sport. So this is why Tahiti, Hawaii, you have amazing paddlers coming, because they're coming from a very young age, and then by the time they're adults, they've been doing it for 15 years, 16, 17 years. They've got a wealth of experience behind them.
And just to set you up, some of the things that you're going to see, and we talked about it earlier prior to the broadcast, Scott, is the difference in the paddling. You got the Hawaiian type of stroke compared to the Tahitian type of stroke, where the Tahitian is more kind of quick, fast, rapid, with the Hawaiian one being a bit more long and stroked. So what comes into play here? What's going to benefit, or is it a matter of just switching?
Honestly, you can't really sort of switch your technique in the middle. If you have grown up in Hawaii, you are paddling like Hawaiian. If you've grown up in French Polynesia, you are paddling like a French Polynesian. So there's no transitioning from one style to
like
another.
You can't be a Babe Ruth, right?
No,
You can't be a Otani, right?
No.
You can't be the pitcher and you can't be the hitter.
But you certainly can employ all the skill sets that you've learned in your home waters. So where I feel like our local paddlers might have a slight advantage over people coming from California or up north or from Polynesia is they know the local water. So knowledge of the local water is going to be key for our local paddlers, but for some of these Brazilians who are here, some of the Polynesians are here, they are used to big open water events and they're used to all sorts of conditions. So they may not know the course, but they definitely know how to paddle.
Now, I just felt a little bit of raindrops here. It is a water sport, but there is a chance of isolated showers. Does that play a role?
You know, more than the rain, it's going to be the wind. The wind is your enemy. The wind is your friend. Every paddler knows that phrase. When you're going into the wind, you have to have the endurance and the strength to kind of push your boat into that. You were talking earlier about, is it like paddling through sand?
Right.
Sometimes it seems like that. When it's behind you, you got the waves behind you, all of a sudden it's like a sleigh ride. You're in a dragster, all of a sudden your boat's doing 8-9 miles an hour, which I know doesn't sound like very much, but let me tell you, in a canoe, when it's going 8 or 9 miles an hour, you feel it. You feel it. Our top paddlers here are going to be able to sort of maintain a 7 mile per hour rating or above.
Yeah, not sure if we could get well, you can see here for that image. Just look how the flags and the palm trees here, the way it's moving because of the wind, that's just the intensity of the wind gusts that's happening right now. And it's going to definitely play a role. But the difference that you see, we saw them there paddling, those Tahitians, man, it's just like water, like Bruce Lee said.
Well, listen, I'm looking at paddlers heading up to the start here. Admittedly, they're just going up to the start, but you can tell some people are even on the inside of the basin here, struggling in the wind a little bit. So I think it's a very smart call that we're not going out into the open ocean and into the washing machine.
Yeah, safety is key, no doubt, here at the historic Miami Marina, which has been around for a very sad time. You know, they used to have concerts out here.
They did.
They had boat races.
They did.
Then it became more like an art sculpture, if you want to say, right? With all the graffiti, whatnot. But it's changed, and I know they're upgrading it here, and it's going to be very, very nice. You know, this entire area, we're in what they call the city of Miami area, but just go a little bit more south, you got the Key Biscayne area, the village of Key Biscayne. It's a very picturesque area. The landscape is beautiful, and right behind us, you can't see it from here, but you got the Bayside Marketplace, which is a tourist place, and right next to us where the Miami Heat play, with the Kaseya Center. So all this area is so beautiful. We got the new high-rises that are just coming along, just set up all over the bay. This is just a beautiful, wonderful area to race in. And if you're here every Saturday, Sunday, even some of the weekdays, Scott,
all the time,
people are paddling and rowing all the time.
All the time, all the time. The Miami Rowing Club, where we're standing right now, is a hotbed of activity for rowing as well as paddle sports. You've got some of the most beautiful water in North America is right here. You've got open ocean, you've got inside, you've got flat water conditions, you've got waves. I've actually surfed some very big waves right outside here. Like if the conditions are right, you can get on a 4 or 5 foot wave and you feel like you're in California. It's really amazing. So you have an opportunity to experience everything in this waterway, but you're right. We're here in front of one of the most international cities in the world, Miami, Florida. If you have never been here, you are missing out.
Yeah, it's they call it, it's a door to the Americas. All the folks from different parts of the world, and slowly but surely is picking up in the paddling community here in South Florida. We talked about that in California, of course, is a big deal in Tennessee, but now it's making its way down here, and it was just a matter of time.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because the very first Outrigger Club was situated not here in Miami, but up in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. That's Lanakila Iki, the very first club. That was my home club for many, many years. I know the founders. It's a great club. That was 1998, the very first Outrigger Club in all of Florida. Now we have great clubs on the west coast of Florida, on the east coast here with Kanalui, the Hui, but Lanakila Iki still maintains a club, and there's a great spirit. My encouragement to anybody who's thinking about paddling is find a club local to you, go out and try it. You will have more fun than you've ever imagined. You're out in an environment that you're not in ordinarily. You see turtles, you see dolphins. Manatees. Well,
Mangroves.
I had a buddy of mine, a Hawaiian buddy. We were out here, and he went over a sleeping manatee. It launched him into the air like 3 feet. It was the craziest thing I ever saw. But listen, you should try this if you've not tried this. If you know what paddle sport is and you know how to paddle, keep doing it. It's the best thing you can do.
Yeah, and I myself have had some experience with the dragon boat, and it's so much fun, and it's such a great exercise. It gets you from your typical gym, lifting weights. You're out in the outdoor, you're getting some of the sun in you.
Yep.
It's something that's needed. You're getting the fresh air. It's something definitely that you should definitely do out there, and don't be afraid. You'll be all right. They got so many safety things going out there. You're going to survive even if you don't know how to swim. You'll be okay.
Dragon boating is a great entree into paddle sport.
Yeah.
You're in a boat with 19 other people paddling. You've got a steers person. You've got a drummer. It's a great sport, and it's sort of the gateway drug of paddling. It's a fantastic sport. So I really encourage you, find an outrigger club, find a dragon boat club, try it out. You never know. I tried it out 35 years ago. I'm still doing it. So,
35 years ago. And you know what's interesting? We have one gentleman here who's a cyclist in the Olympian.
Yes.
And he's up there at age, and he said, I needed to continue to be physically in shape, but I'm having some issues with my knee. It was paddling that allowed him to maintain, to be in shape. So it doesn't matter the age, it doesn't matter your gender. It's just a matter of going out there, and it's very safe, and it's very good for your body, and exercising, and it works all around.
Yes, absolutely. And that's David Bittenbender that you're talking about here. I was on Team USA with him back in 2019. He is a monster. We're going to see him at least in the top tier of paddlers today. Ordinarily, I'd say he'd be on the podium, but he's now contending against some Polynesians. No telling what's going to happen there. He's contending with some Brazilians. Again, no telling what's going to happen there, but he's always in the mix, and we're going to bring him here to talk to him later, along with some of the other top paddlers, so stay tuned.
Yeah, and you talk about it's spreading around, right? The paddling. Brazil is a place they're being picked up. Chile, New Zealand, of course, all of the islands out there in the Pacific Ocean, from the Fijis, from Hawaii, of course, Tahiti. But what is it that's making its way in there? What is it going to take to make it more and more and more mainstream?
I have to say it's events like this where you get community involvement. We've got great community involvement here today. We've got a lot of vendors here locally. It's the sort of thing where you make an event out of it, and people come and they start to see, like, oh, this is a thing. This is something that maybe I could do. Right now, I feel like in the United States, we have so many opportunities to practice sports, mixed martial arts, of course, being one, but then we also have football, we've got soccer, we've got baseball, we have some of the more organized sports. So outrigger is new to the North American community, but it is growing, and especially in places like Florida, like California. It's really up in Oregon, another hot spot, and on the Hood River, amazing paddlers up there. So as it grows, it becomes more commonplace. People don't see it as something strange. see it as something that they want to do.
Well, you know, if you followed great traditional, hero-like stories, we go back to the Olympics during World War II with the big rowing club.
Oh, yes.
They trained out in Oregon and in Washington and
Exactly.
ended up winning for the United States.
Exactly.
And which I think there's going to be a movie about it very soon.
Actually, just
it just came out. Oh, you beat me to it.
Right. So it's been now that you're talking about the boys in the boat.
Boys in the boat. There you go.
You're talking about those amazing rowers. That's the sort of fitness level we're talking about with these amazing paddlers, though, from Polynesia. They train every day like it's the Olympics. They are up at 4 a.m. They're running, first of all. Then they get in their boats. They do whatever their water routine is. They get done with that. They go to work. And then in the afternoon, they get back in the boat. That is not just a one-day-a-week experience, but it is a multiple-day-a-week experience, especially for the top teams. If you ever want to see an amazing documentary, it is Inside Shelva'a. I recommend it. It will show you how a top-tier team trains. If you want to be a top-tier paddler, you got to train like a top-tier paddler.
Talk about that Shell Club. We talked about Manuel being one of the top studs
Yes.
out of that group, and his training regimen with 3 hours a day in the water, plus his cardio with the jogging 6 miles almost daily,
Yes.
and then a little bit of workout routines with the weights.
Yes.
This is the type of thing that they eat, sleep, eat, sleep, and eat.
Well, it's
rowing, paddling.
It's everywhere. In Polynesia, it is everywhere. You will drive down the road and you'll see club after club, literally thousands of canoes racked up, ready to go out into the water. They have beautiful water there, lagoon paddling, open ocean paddling. It's amazing. And I mean, when you get onto an island like Tahiti and you look across and you see 24 kilometers away the other island of Morea, you think, oh, I could paddle there. Well, guess what? They do.
So what's going on right now? We're still trying to set up from what I see from this ocean. They're trying to get all the crafts out there, trying to set up.
Well, they've got everybody who's for the first race now organized up at the end of the basin at the start. I see actually some of the safety boats coming in here. I see the captain's boat going out with the start flag. So we're very close to a start here.
And this is going to be the short distance.
The 7-mile race.
7-mile race that's going to take place, followed by the long distance, which is roughly about 12 miles.
Exactly.
As they're getting prepared, all of the safety protocols are coming into play. And we're just shifting here aside just to check, give a sneak peek. Not sure if we're going to get a shot of that. Maybe our producers out there could get a shot, maybe a drone shot if it's available, so we could see the crafts being positioned. That'd be great, so our viewers could see that as well.
Yeah.
As they're preparing to go out.
So we're waiting for our drone feed here, but while we're doing that, let me just tell you right now, the nerves are building up on that line. People are jockeying for position. They're hoping to be that first boat in the pack. They're hoping to be in a position where they can take advantage of whatever they can. They want to make sure that their closest competitor is not nearby, and in fact is behind them.
It's almost like you find a spot at the subway in New York trying to get in. You know, you're in rush hour, trying to make your way through.
It looks to me like we actually have a start here.
All right, we do see some. There's some folks already that are run.
Well,
the
there
horn
it is. There's
there.
The start.
There's the feed. Now we're starting. Now, but this is a little bit less, I guess, aggressive compared to we're going to have the long run, Scott?
For sure. I mean, this was a little bit more gentle start. You can see that these paddlers are some of them less experienced, but you've got a variety of craft here. You've got outrigger canoe, you've got surf ski paddlers in there. They're all taking advantage of this wind pushing them from behind right now as they come in front of the MRC, as you see there behind. It's really I'll tell you, even though this seems like a slower start, as we look at them cross right in front of us here, we do have some skis well out in front. So the skis are the faster boats. Basically, it's double the paddle in the water. You've also got an OC2, a couple of OC2s in the mix there, 2 people on those canoes. You've got some single boats, but I'll tell you, the heart is there at the end boat as much as it is at the lead boat. These are all competitors. They're all all athletes in their own right. Oh, we got a VA here at the end. That's great.
That's at the end, yep. So with this said, Scott, on an average, right, if you're this person that's been doing it for quite some time, what is the fastest speed that you would do a race like this, a short race with about 7 miles?
Listen, if you can maintain 7 miles an hour consistently in a wind like this, and it's going to be tough in the headwind, your speed could drop to as low as 4 miles an hour, depending on the headwind. You will find that you'll come in first. But if you're actually maintaining anywhere from 5 to 7, you'll be up towards the front. And what I'm looking at here, yep, I'm seeing skis in the front, but there's still some outriggers there. I'll tell you, the best VAA paddlers are just as fast as a good surf ski.
Now, if I'm a Tahitian, and because of the way the paddling, because we do have the paddle, and then we have that sort of kayaking type of maneuver here.
Yes.
Do you find that Tahitian or the Hawaiian that is known for that V1 race to be have his good performance with over kayaking? Can they bounce off of each other, or they just stick to one sort of craft?
Well, actually, we're going to see a couple Tahitians in the surf ski
Wow.
here today. So as a matter of fact, they do bounce between crafts. A good stroke is a good stroke. You're just the thing about the VAA is you're constantly changing from left to right. You're not on just one side or another. You're always changing. So you're used to paddling on the right. You're used to paddling on the left. It's going to be an easier transition for a VAA paddler to ski than maybe an outrigger that tends to sort of stay on one side because they have a rudder.
And if you got that one paddle, do you technically have a specific type of how many strokes you're going to do on one side, or you just feel it out?
Well, especially in the VAA, you are going to do what the boat is telling you to do. The wind is going to dictate things. Current is going to dictate things. You may be like 3 strokes on one side, 1 over here, 3 again on this side. It just depends on the conditions. The best thing I can tell you is if you want to become an exceptional paddler, get yourself in a VAA. You will learn so much that canoe will teach you so much.
That is just a beautiful scene right there. They pass through some great aircrafts too that they're going to see. Yachts, some beautiful boats, and the Marines that we have here in South Florida. And as we stated, and of course this is live, so you're going to have to give us a little break here, as we're going to have a little difficulty every now and then, but rest assured that we will be guiding you through these races. We have the short race and the long race, as we see this gentleman just paddling through this beautiful picturesque area back and forth, and you can see the choppy waters there, Scott. Right, you can see it right there.
Yeah, this is protected water too. So if it's choppy in here, it's going to get much larger out into the larger bay. So right now he's approaching the mouth. We've got a beautiful little island off to his right. You can't really see in this shot, but he's going to be approaching the mouth of the entry of the basin. And once he gets out into that water, the wind is really going to open up on him. The waves are going to start to get larger. Admittedly, not as big as out in the open ocean, but he's going to have a challenge.
One thing that's pointed here is the size of the person, your weight, your height. How much does that come into play? Is it being more muscular come into play? Or would I look at it as having that experience in mixed martial arts or in boxing, where you get the heavier sized guy that, yes, he has all his muscle, he has all his power, but he gasses out.
Right.
So how does that come into play in a V1 in some of these type of races?
It all boils down to fitness and cardio fitness in particular, but paddling fitness specifically. So like I was telling you earlier, you're a perfect size for a paddler. Like to have like a strength to weight ratio where you are able to pull your body weight and more is going to be better than a guy who's big and not necessarily as fit. So while I may have a longer lever rather, if you are more fit than I, you should be able to beat me. As long as our skill levels are identical, we can do that. We see, actually, this is a Tahitian who's not in the race, but he's sort of trailing, I know, his protege, and so you see him looking around to make sure that she's still on course, but he's just playing.
We saw it. He was smiling out there, so he was having a lot of fun.
Right.
Trying to set the pace here. Again, this is the inaugural Black Belt Paddle Challenge. First of many events to come here. And what a beautiful shot there from our drone shot here in South Florida. And the wind is picking up. It is sprinkling right now. It's a water sport.
Exactly.
But if you have the wind and you have the rain, it's gonna also impact your vision, Scott.
A little bit. If you're wearing sunglasses, for sure. I don't tend to paddle with any sunglasses on, even though it gets a little bright out there, just because I don't want all the wave action. I mean, the salt starts to encrust up on your glasses. It, as you say, it's a water sport, so you're gonna get wet. They're not as concerned about the rain. I mean, we're going to have a little squalliness here and there. We see some rain clouds kind of going through, so it's basically it's going to be sort of tougher for them because of the wind.
Yeah, there we have the and we had to shift a little bit ourselves because we were getting wet.
Right.
And there's here we got two gentlemen paddling to.
So we've
this
got
area.
The skis again out front. You know, we're going to be. It's not a surprise to see them sort of breaking away. As you can see, they're paddling on both sides. Up, he did a little brace right there. So clearly he's kind of struggling a little bit in the wind. But the less bracing you do, the faster your canoe goes. He's in a wider ski, so he's got stability. But I believe that's Conrad on the far side from us. So he's a young paddler, about 20, 21. His father, Conrad Sr., is an outrigger paddler, also a surf ski paddler. His mother paddles ski. So it's really, really, it's great to see an entire family like that out there.
Now, when you look at runs, or when you look at NASCAR, for what's saying, right? You have your sort of techniques to kind of throw off your opponent. In jogging, you zigzag, you cross, not to allow them to go through. Same thing with NASCAR, right?
Yes.
Or Formula One.
Yes.
Or you crisscross. Do you do those type of techniques, or is it not? Is it unsportsmanlike to do so on the water?
Well, as we heard today, there are no drafting rules applying here today, so anybody can draft off of anybody else. So you can get behind a faster paddler, get up on their wake, and let them drag you along. And that's ordinarily, like, you don't want to stay there forever. That's kind of not so cool. But you can like, if you are with someone who's as good as you are, you can trade off and let them draft off of you for a little while, go back and forth. But you'll see that the better paddlers will get in a line, almost like when you see birds flying. They get in that V. They're taking, the birds at the back are taking advantage of the birds in the front. Same thing in paddlecraft. The first paddler, and here he is going out into the open bay. The first paddler, if you're smart, you're going to line up right on his stern and let him drag you along.
Now, I want to say roughly we started about, what, 9, 10?
Yeah.
Little after 9 Eastern time. So they've been out there, what, for about a good 10, 15 minutes, close to 20 minutes?
Almost closer to 20 minutes. So we're moving right along. Like I said, the fastest paddlers are going to be averaging around 7 miles an hour. You'll see the skis do that. So this is a 7-mile course. 40 minutes from now, we'll see them coming back. You can see actually, though, they're not bunching up here.
Right.
So they're all kind of trying to pick their own line in the wind. It will be to their advantage. Here comes the first outrigger canoe. So it was all skis in that first pack. There's a 2-person outrigger, but this guy on the right here doing pretty well on keeping right up with the 2 men.
Also, you have other traffic that's in the way. We saw some boats out there.
Yeah.
Some of them, of course, is for the race, but what about that other type of craft that out there, and you got to try to avoid them, prevent them?
Absolutely, you need to avoid them. We do have a lot of safety boats out here. They will be guiding traffic away from our paddlers today, which is
look at that right there. Look how close that trigger is to that craft. You have the wave there, Scott. I mean, you got to be a pro at this stuff. From now, you're going to run into that.
Well,
you got 2 crafts aligned right next to each other.
Exactly.
I mean, they're just a few feet away from that craft right there.
Well, and
Woo,
funny
look
thing
at
is,
that.
and see, okay,
Yeah.
here we've got drafting
Ooh.
with this little group back here going by this sailboat. The ski in the back is drafting behind the other 2. He's taking full advantage of 2 wakes pulling him along, so he's actually not doing as much work. So that's a good power savings for later. If you can do that, you'll see the best paddlers will sort of hang back in the pack at the beginning of the race, but they'll stay close to the front, but they'll make their moves toward the end and they'll sprint around the people who've been out front. It happens all the time.
So when is it? Of course, you want to start off fast in the beginning.
Yes.
But once you out in the open water, when is it that you start pushing the pace?
You really want to sort of like gauge where you are in the pack. Are you leading? Are you able to conserve your energy? Are you able to sort of like lengthen out and keep a longer stroke but keep your boat speed up? The best paddlers will vary their strokes. It'll be long and then they'll sort of pick up and they'll do some shorter strokes, tap, 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 get the boat up and running, and then they'll go back and they'll be longer in the water again. It is all relative. It is all based on conditions, and it's always based on where's your competition.
Yeah, just a beautiful scene. Look at that backdrop there of downtown Miami.
It's amazing going around the first buoy.
Right there, and we just saw that the big Ferris wheel at the Bayside Market as these competitors are guiding through that wave. How cool that is, right, to see that. And again, shout out to Andre Sosa, Monica Diaz, who's put this great event together, one of many here, Black Belt Paddle Challenge. And we had the commissioner, Key Biscayne, joining us here. So this is no doubt gonna be a marquee event. Hopefully, it seems like we're headed down the right path.
I have to say this is one of the best organized paddle events that I've seen in Florida ever. We have more safety boats. We have more support from the community. It's fantastic.
And now we're going to have the organizer, Andre Sosa, joining us. Andre, and we're going to get a shot here. Andre, congratulations. What a wonderful event that you've put together here to get these paddlers, these athletes from all over the world, from Brazil, from Tahiti, to come. When it comes to something that you're doing here for the paddling community, it's just absolutely amazing. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Roman. Means a lot. I mean, have you guys here participating of this broadcast of the first Black Belt Paddle Challenge. It's a dream come true. This guy participating of this dream a lot. He's been around with me last year for a lot of trips, and we're planning this with the whole community. Monica, it's my dream and Monica's dream. When we came back from Tahiti, we're gonna do this race. We have to do this race here. And I'm telling you, Roman, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. I promise you, next year is gonna be even bigger. We're gonna have 2 days race. I'm already telling you, 2 days race. 6 men are coming next year. We're gonna bring 6 men with change and the water change.
That's great.
What surprised here when you were putting this great event together that said, hey, Andre, I want to be a part of this? Is it one person said, wow, okay, we got something on here. If this guy wanted to join, we have something with this race.
So this sport is very peculiar, right? I come a background of jiu-jitsu, 20 years more doing jiu-jitsu and other sports, and I love something that I love, but the paddling community, the ohana of this sport is something different. You go to compete, but you see how they congregate together, everyone sharing love, sharing the good vibes, this aloha, this ohana, that means a family, right? We are a family, a water family. In the water, yes, we try to beat the fastest one, but outside, we're families. We're like, we're a clubs, we're a lot of clubs here, we're a big group. See like how this race came together. People join the community, say, hey, Andre, how can I participate? I was here setting up cones 4 in the morning. You coming here to support. This guy here helped me a lot. This whole team who is doing the live streaming here, Devin, we have to do a shout out for Devin and his company. This guy, 2 months ago we joined, we have a conversation, say, okay, look, let's do this big, let's do a nice show, a nice presentation for people. Like, we try to grow the sport, right? The whole point of this, grow the sport, especially not only here in South Florida, the West, the East Coast, but all around. To spread the culture, bring this energy, show to the world how beautiful is our sport.
You started as a jiu-jitsu practitioner, but what made you, said, wow, this is a cool sport? I'm gonna ask you, what made you fall in love with the sport?
Yeah, actually, as you said, I started like 20 years ago jiu-jitsu, but I started at the same time paddling in Brazil. 6 men. I started with kayaking in Brazil in the 90s, and I saw the first canoe arrive in Brazil. That Ronald Ronald Williams, in partnership with Fabio Paiva. They brought this canoe. Ronald bring this canoe to Brazil, and we fell in love. And the first time that I saw that canoe arriving in Santos in my city, I saw a guy exposing that canoe in a fair, an adventure sports fair, with a video from Molokai. I say, what is that? I want to do this. I want to do this. That's how we joined. I start paddling. Let's say an year of difference from jiu-jitsu, right? 1 year of difference from jiu-jitsu. We start doing together the paddling and doing jiu-jitsu at the same time. But the paddling, it's different. You want to stay there. It's something that you do more relaxed. You don't have that pressure, that big pressure. It's more about love.
And Andre, you're not only an organizer, you participate in this. You couldn't do it today because you're busy here trying to put everything together. But you're also preparing for a major competition in the summer.
Yes. In the summer now we have the World Sprints in Hawaii. I'm gonna be representing Team USA. I'm half Brazilian, half American now. Yes, and I feel very honored to be representing Team USA, Masters Division, V1, and also the six men. So it's nice. It's part of our culture, but it's sprint, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, a lot of explosion. Yes, we are very excited. This is the main race this year. But as you said, like I was preparing so much for this race that I was my practicing. I'm gonna start practicing more intensity right now after this finishing this dream. That when I see the last man crossing the finish line today, it's gonna be like a dream come true for me.
And Andre, you and Scott, I would say more important, like pioneers, because you went out to Tahiti and had the live broadcast of one of the biggest races out there, and broadcasted this thing to the entire world. Tell me about that, because here in the United States we have the Super Bowl, right? Everybody tunes in. Over there is the big race. How'd you guys put that together?
Yes. We Scott I wouldn't say like pioneer, right? Because this sport has a lot of people behind us. The whole intent of. It's funny that you bring this aspect, because I try to bring it's a joke, but it's not the Black Belt Paddler Challenge. I'm trying to bring this culture that you learn on the mats in the jiu-jitsu. That is a very sacred area. Also, the respect that you have to have. Being a black belt is not only the champion. It's not being a champion. It's not the guy that knows most. No, but when you are a black belt, you're an example. You bring something for your community. You do something for your community, for your partner. You're teaching someone. People are looking at you as a example. So that's the intent of this Black Belt Paddler Challenge. Is not not only to know who's the fastest one, but bring this love, this unity, and make people be better one to the other.
No, and when you talk about the respect that I have, and looking at some of the crafts, going back then, right, in the 500 BCs, how they would take these crafts and they would take so much passion in the way they make these canoes, Scott.
Yeah. It's not just a passion, it's religious. Mm-hmm. It is a part of the culture. They have the mana, the spirit of the culture in the canoe. They bless the koa logs as they bring them down. They create basically a living spirit in the canoe. And when you're out in the water in a canoe like this, you're a part of that living spirit. You're a part of that culture. And so it's so important for people to realize that, yes, we're practicing this. It's 2024. It's a new sport, but it's not a new sport. It's actually a 2,000-year-old sport as practiced by Hawaiians, as practiced by Tahitians, Fijians, Samoans, people in Aotearoa, people all across Rapa Nui, the entire Pacific. They cultivated the entire Pacific, propagated Polynesia across the Pacific because of the canoe. It is part of the lifeblood of the people of the Pacific, and we have to really honor that. And we have to understand that the mana that is in these boats exists today.
And I'm loving this terminology, by the way, mana. My daughter is a big fan of Moana, so I'm loving this terminology, man. Yeah. I truly am, man. It's just awesome. So we see some of the racing out there, and I was just talking with Scott, Andre, how beautiful, picturesque these drone footages that we got. with a beautiful backdrop of downtown Miami. You know how crazy it is. Not too long ago there was a big traffic woe we had here in the Rickenbacker. But you know what? Who cares? Look at this beautiful water that we have.
Yeah.
The backdrop of the beautiful buildings, the Kaseya Center where the Miami Heat play,
There's
and
no
the
better
Freedom
place.
Tower.
No better
You can't
place.
get any better than that, Andre.
no.
It's a different scenario, right? That's the whole intent of bringing the race here, to bring the beautiful skyline of the Miami, different waters. Today we're blessed with the strong winds. Strong winds. A lot of people cry. A lot of people smile. A lot of people are smiling in the water. I saw just my friend Chase over there. He said, "Man, those conditions are perfect." Other people say, "Man, this is a nightmare. It's super windy." Yeah, like
They were saying, I'm going to see a lot of blisters here tonight.
We might.
Today, yeah.
We might. So give us a heads up on the short course. Tell us exactly where they're going. We see paddlers
Right.
coming on the far side of the basin.
Right. So the short course, due to the wind, it's people could practice. It's lovers of the sport, but coming here more to chill, do a nice course. We did 2 laps inside of our beautiful basin here,
Okay.
going a little bit after to the middle of the channel, after the island that you can see in the middle of the basin. It's about 2.5 miles each lap.
Okay.
So we're talking about 5.5 miles.
So we're coming in under an hour. For
About
the surf
about a
skis.
good 30
Exactly,
minutes so
exactly.
far. We've
I
since we
would
started.
say, I would say the fastest one's coming under
Well,
an
we've
hour.
already got the lead boats at the end of the basin. So we are seeing the leaders already. They've negotiated their first lap, and so we'll see them coming around again.
Yes.
So that's why I'm asking you about this particular course. Tell us about the change in the long course.
So the long course, we still struggling with the buoys. The wind is picking up super strong, and like we just received some news that like a buoys was blowing out, and Paolo at the safety meeting, we are working on putting more weights on the buoys, try to hold, but the wind is coming really strong.
We feel it up here.
Yeah.
for
Really
sure.
strong. This course is being inside of the bay, the Key Biscayne Bay here, between Virginia Key and downtown Miami. Beautiful scenario, beautiful waters. We try to put the buoys in a way that they can have a little downwind,
Okay.
but they're going to have a little bit of a nightmare upwind in the upwind returning from the bridge to the bay. It's
I
going to
see.
be the toughest part of this race. 2 laps of 6 miles each, or 5 miles each. We talk about 10 and a half miles.
Okay, very good. So again, though, you've got some great paddlers here. You've got Dave McKnight. You've got Tehotu De Boa. You've got a lot of Tahitian paddlers here. What do you imagine the best time is going to be?
If we're talking about when we did the race course, this race course originally was supposed to be 12 miles, right?
Exactly.
So 12 miles going to the ocean, the place where we call the tower, surfing back, going in the direction of Brickell. 12 miles in those conditions, I would say those surf skis and the fast Tahitians would be doing this race in about 1 hour and 40 minutes, something like that.
Because of the
Depend
weather.
of the conditions.
Yes, yeah.
Can play around that. And the slowest one, I would say around no more than 2 hours and a half, something
Yeah.
like that. Now we don't have a perfect measuring for the second course. We're talking about 10 and a half miles. So yes, if we talk about 10 and a half miles, could be around that, 1 hour and a half. It's gonna depend on how much side wind.
Exactly.
Because
Yeah.
sometimes you have less miles, but the wind is so strong
Well, it's
that it
picking
slows
up.
down. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just being pushed around right now as we
You
speak.
feel it.
Yeah.
I'm watching these flags sort of standing out straight like a poker. That is not going to be any fun out in the water.
Yeah, we got our screen out here. It was positioned facing us, and it keeps moving and shifting and shifting. That's how powerful that the wind is.
It's true. So really, again, it's going to come down to conditioning. It's going to come down to technique. It's going to come down to how you catch the breaks out in the water. There are times where great paddlers get bad breaks and good paddlers get great breaks. And vice versa. If you're a great paddler, you make your own breaks, but sometimes there's a motorboat that comes and swamps you. There's a manatee that throws you out of the water. There's something. So here comes our first surf ski around the corner here. As we
We can get a
spoke
shot
about
of
earlier.
that. He's coming in there. Let's see if our producers could get that. Our
They should.
directors, they should get a shot here. There's the first gentleman that's coming
Yeah, it's
in.
passing right in front of us, and at the same time, answering that question that about how we started the streaming. That was something that also an idea to grow up the sport. I saw what happened to jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu was always great, but when jiu-jitsu came to US and when they start broadcasting jiu-jitsu and live streaming, you see the athletes making money and living from jiu-jitsu, right? And the whole point of this is to make the sport grow into a point that those amazing paddlers here in US, in Tahiti, in Hawaii, in Brazil, that wake up 4 in the morning to go to the water, sometimes twice a day, and still going to work, can at least have a decent life.
Oh, but
Doing
it happens. My broadcaster still on.
Doing the sport and living from the sport, right?
I know, absolutely. As we saw that first gentleman making his way here, just behind us, and now when you keep on paddling, right?
Sure.
And you know you're way ahead. Is there a chance for you to, just like if I'm running, right, a marathon, to get a cup of water? Do you store a cup of water?
Absolutely. You see the better paddlers doing this too. They are carrying water with them. They are carrying goo. They are carrying small bits of food. I know my wife had rigged something out in her canoe, so she's able to just grab stuff. So we are absolutely going to have people who have an opportunity to take a drink, relax a little bit more. You can't relax too much, because the people behind you are looking right at you, and they are trying to gain on you the entire time.
But you have to be there at another level when you're able to take that. You know how confident you are to take a break.
You definitely have a certain level of skill, but people rig up all sorts of situations with their camelbacks where they've got a tube right in front of their mouth. They just throw the tube in, they barely miss a stroke. You're not going to see someone just stop dead in the water and eat. That's never going to happen. They're going to reach in, grab, suck it down, throw it back in their boat and go. There's no stopping in this.
Yeah, in a race, Scott is right. And in a race like that, there's a small course, right? The main athletes, they shouldn't be like refueling too much. A 5 miles race is a short race. Of course, you can drink some water when your mouth is super dry. But this type of race, the food in a short course is not gonna make a difference so much. Sometimes it's gonna slow you down. So it's basically your choice of.
And we hear some of the clapping here. The first coming in. And Andre, this is a team effort. We've had a lot of sponsors out here. Who do you want to give thanks to?
Yeah, good that you bring this point. I cannot forget to say a big thanks for all the sponsors that supporting this race. Our black belt sponsor, Ari Outrigger World. Shout out for Joey with Ari supporting, being a black belt sponsor for this race, helping a lot, providing equipment for a lot of those Tahitians coming here, right? We have Kanalui, a local team here. That is
they're based here. They're based here, right here.
Also being a sponsor, like a purple belt sponsor for us, and they have their race in the end of the year, the niche that is kind of a mile away from here, but in the same island, the niche. And 2 other sponsors, Roseanne from Hurricane Master, a blue belt sponsor. Big shout out for Roseanne. She's always supporting the community, And a big shout out for my friend Fabio D'Ascola, Coco Interiors, is a blue belt sponsor also. He paddles with me, so these people, they believe right away in our project, right? Ari is supporting since last year, a lot of our live streamings, now the race here, and hopefully next year. The campaign already started now. If you want to participate in being sponsored of the Black Belt Paddler next year, contact us. Contact me, myself, Andre, or our team, Monica, ISC group.
Or the Facebook page. Make sure you follow the Facebook page or the Instagram page.
ISC PR group. The ISC PR group. And next year we're going to come strong. It's going to be 2 days. It's going to require more effort, right?
Or maybe 2 races a year?
Who knows?
I'm pushing you.
Who knows?
Why not? We got great weather here.
Who knows?
But it is the perfect spot for it.
Yes.
Black belt paddler spring, black belt paddler fall.
Yes.
Why not, right? We got good weather all around in South Florida.
It is true. It's summer here all the time. It is endless summer. Well, we got our feet back here, and we're looking at surf ski, the lead surf ski. but you can see it's a very
I don't-
moderated pace.
Yes.
But I'll tell you right now, it looks easy from here in the boat. There's a lot of exertion. So as we see these paddlers cross in front of us, a huge shout out to the lead paddler, but also to the trailing paddlers too. They're putting in just as much effort as that lead boat. They are exerting themselves to the utmost of their skill levels, and so we have to really take an opportunity. I know a lot of times we focus on who's on the podium, we focus on the top performers, but people in the back of the pack are working just as hard, and so we need to really give them a shout out. A lot of times we'll have great thing about paddling is you'll have people who are paraplegic. We have the para paddlers.
You know, you mentioned that we have a young lady here who's promoting the to this month, April, is National Autism Awareness
Yes.
Month, and we have a young lady who's
Lila.
been out there participating in this race, but also selling some of her artwork. Andre.
Exactly.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Everyone should shout out and check it out. Her tent. She has some art over there. Her name is Lila. She paddle here with us. She's a local here. She paddle here. Her mom brings her every weekend to paddle with us. And this girl is amazing. She's not only paddle, but she does surfing, stand-up paddleboard. She's an amazing athlete.
You know, we hear so much often in the news and when you read online how mental health has become an issue. This right here could be your therapy, getting in the water,
Absolutely.
just escaping from your everyday life, your stress, whether you have personal problems.
Definitely.
This could be it. Put that away. It's just you, the water, and yourself, challenging yourself and forgetting about all the bad stuff.
That is true. That is so true. We also have veterans groups that are taking full advantage of this too. People who have gone and served our country and given their uttermost, sometimes the absolute uttermost. But we have veterans who come back, and this is a perfect opportunity. We've got like Task Force Hydro up in North Florida in Jacksonville, a veterans group. They are solid, and they are big performers in the paddling community. We got to give a big shout out to them as well. So there's great opportunity. Being on the water is such an amazing feeling. You don't understand the feeling until you actually leave the land. It's an amazing thing.
It is. It's a beautiful, beautiful experience. Like I said, I've had my fair share of experience out there. And when you feel that weather, the wind, the nature, the manatees. I know you've told me many stories. You wake up in the morning. I think you saw some dolphins once.
Yeah.
You saw, obviously, the manatees are around here.
That's true.
It's such a great thing. And to really escape what's going on in the world today with the social media and the wars and all that stuff, just go out there and enjoy what nature and Mother Earth provides out there.
Yeah, honestly, you focus on yourself, you focus on the canoe, and you focus on the ocean, and that's everything. There's nothing else. Nothing else matters when you're in the canoe. It is all about being in the canoe and being right there in the moment. It's a beautiful experience.
It's peaceful, right? It's a peace. We're
It
there.
can
It's so
be.
peaceful.
It can be stressful.
Yeah, it depends on how you look at it, right?
If you race in those conditions, yes.
Yeah, it depends how you look
If
at
you race
it.
in those conditions, yes, yes,
So
yes.
after both races are done, Andre, we're going to go to the podium. What can people anticipate? Well, for the ones here, right? Because once our broadcast is done, it's done. But I know there's some plans afterwards. We're going to get a party going.
Yeah. We have like this year for the inaugural race of the Black Belt Paddler. First of all, we're giving medals, participation medals for each one who's racing.
Do we have one of those? But can we get one of those medals here to
Yes,
show
we
it
can
on
get
screen?
one of
Yeah,
those
let's try to
medals. The
get some of those
participation
medals. I want to
medals,
see
it's a
those
black
things.
medal, yes. The participation medals for each one. For each division, you're gonna have like a first, second, third place medal. But for open division,
That's the fun
we
stuff.
have to surprise. We have cash prize money for the winner of open division
Amazing.
with more
gonna
than
see it
5
past
athletes
that.
registered.
And these are the medals right here, really beautifully
Yeah,
designed.
if you guys can bring the other medal, the black one, that is the participation medal, it's probably over there.
And then we'll talk, and of course,
And
we
so
got the cash
this-
prize.
this
Tell me
here,
about the
guys,
design on it.
The
Why did you guys come?
design
Tell
is
me how did
very
that came
unique.
about.
Our logo, Monica's work with her brother. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt.
Yeah.
Nice.
He created those logos for our race. Those are the race, the black, the
belt,
first,
okay.
third, and second medals. But guess what? They have money, but also for the winner, open divisions, I'm putting a black belt on those guys.
Awesome.
Okay.
That is
And I
awesome.
heard next year we may have an actual belt. Gold belt.
But next year we're coming with something, actually, with something really nice that we're gonna put
to defend it.
a MMA belt and then with the logo.
And if you don't participate, you get a forfeit here. We're not gonna wait for any injuries. You're giving it up, dude.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah.
Some great footage.
For next
of some
year,
of our
we're coming with the big belt.
Yeah.
And that athlete who wins the open division is gonna hold that belt for a year. For the next year, he has to come back to defend the title.
Right. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. So these are some of the medals out here.
Yeah.
The black belt, of course, for the. And look at them, just beautiful shots, man.
This
I mean,
is great,
you,
though.
You can't get any better than that, man.
These two are right here.
If I get a
duking it out.
dolphin, I mean, I'm throwing
That's
the mic.
actually
I'm out. I'm done.
In that boat, actually, is my boat. That
Is that
blue
right?
boat is Monica's boat.
Okay.
His name is Hahalua. It's a OC2, and we have Aisa, Ramos, and John Jay.
Look at
the
that.
OC2 mix.
And that's the trigger, guys. And we haven't really talked about that, Scott. Maybe you can out here. The stings, for those who, again, if I'm a newbie, I have no idea what the hell this craft is. The thing sticking out apart there. Tell me why they have that and what's the point of that trigger.
So obviously the outrigger is there to keep the boat upright. On a day where it's wavy, I mean, we've all been in a regular canoe in flat water, lake conditions. Great.
Right.
But this is not that. This is a boat that's built to go out into wavy situations. And so the ama, as it's called in Tahiti, and also all throughout Polynesia, is the outrigger. That's the float. The yakos or the yatos are the spars that connect the float to the va'a, which is the canoe. So you have va'a, yako, and ama, and this is your canoe. And so if you're in Polynesia, you can call it a canoe. It's fine. They'll know what you mean, but it's the va'a, and it is the va'a culture. And so that ama is out there to make sure you don't fall in.
It's almost like when they say when LeBron James decided to go to Miami, I'm taking my talent to South Beach. There is no South Beach. There's the city of Miami. So I kind of know what you're talking about here. I'm sure the Tahitians are like, it's not that, but I'll let you slide because you're not from here.
Well, I mean, they're going to cut us a break coming from the mainland because they understand it's not really built into our culture.
Right.
But the more you are there, the more you understand that you are living the lifestyle of the va'a. It's the mana, it's the spirit, it's the idea of tahoi, the unity of the culture. That when you see the best boats, they exhibit tahoi. Tahoi is connectedness. Everyone in the boat is connected the same way. So it pervades the culture. It pervades the culture.
Yeah, and gentlemen, it seems like we're getting close to about 1 hour now of this race.
Yes.
The short race, so things are coming along.
Yeah,
I have one person that huli in the
Oh,
water.
we got there in a situation.
We have a surf ski
and
that
let's see if we
huli.
can stay on that shot so people can see how quickly they get up.
So
we
this
want to
is
make sure
gonna-
that. Go ahead, explain this to me, Scott. How important it is to get right back on the horse and ride it through.
It's very difficult for a surf ski to get up because they don't have that ama. You got to flip that boat, and then she's got to, or is it a she or he? I can't tell from here.
It seems like can't see from this angle.
So quite frankly, that paddler is going to have to remount that ski, and in order to do that, you have to basically balance yourself in wavy conditions and get yourself back up onto the boat.
He's back.
And he's back. You can see it.
Yeah, he's getting up there right
That's
there.
a good remount right there. But now
And you also
still
got to watch out. There's water in where your seat, right? You got to try to get, because
Well-
that could be an issue as well.
Well, here's the thing. These skis have self-draining footwells. So once you get going, there are venturis on the bottom.
And here he
of the-
goes.
of the
That's
boat.
our friend Ellie.
Oh, that's Ellie. Okay, very good. So look,
And he's trying to get back up to the wind is playing a factor
So
there.
he's
Look at
got
the
to
waves
turn the
too.
boat.
The
So-
struggle you see is the
he's
side
got
wind.
a
that's
side
that
wave right
wave.
there.
Side wind right now.
Now, how do you cut that wave off? You got to maneuver yourself to get going.
You've got to deal with the side waves. You have to deal with the side waves. But this is actually a great example of a remount and a restart. So this is a true competitor. It doesn't matter if you're first. He's going to finish. He's going to finish. This is a utterly fantastic moment for people who've never seen paddling before.
And I'm sure there's been those beautiful moments where another competitor helps you.
It does happen. And actually, that was part of our safety talk earlier. It's all about making sure everyone is safe in the water. We want everyone who leaves the land to come back to the land safely.
Yeah, we're approaching, I would say roughly about 50 minutes, 40-something minutes.
As you said, the short is the course is short. but the conditions are tough. So what makes like a more time in the water, more time struggling in the water.
So as an organizer,
But
when you heard,
we're gonna know who's the black belt.
but as an organizer, when you found out that the winds may be between 20 and 25, what was your first thing that went in your head?
Safety, always safety, always safety. This race was supposed to go to the ocean, but no, we invest a lot in safety here. We have a huge fire rescue. We have about like a 3 or 4 boats, a lifeguard, equipment for CPR and everything. Safety, always, always. You cannot play in the ocean without safety. All those, as you heard, as you could hear on the safety meeting, on the captain's meeting, one athlete will look into the other. If they have signs, they do. If they need really, really a lot of help, because you don't want a boat around you if you want to try to get in the boat, because it gets stressful. So the safety usually give you time to get in your boat by yourself. You communicate. If they see you're paddling, like in that scenario, the guy was paddling, they continue. They don't interfere. They don't interfere in the race. It's part of the race. You really have to get back in the boat. They look at you if you're gonna signalize that you need help.
Man, look at him, Bill, go
Beautiful,
right there.
beautiful view coming back into the basin here. These are the leaders. They're on their final lap, going on the far side, the east side of the basin. It's a little more protected by those trees. They can pick up some more speed. As I look across the basin, I see our first surf ski already over there. So we're coming very much toward the end.
And not sure if the subscribers watching this right now, if you guys want to comment, make sure to do so. I'm sure our producers here will make us aware. Maybe they have a question about paddling or the sport or whatnot, or how to get involved in their community. Please feel free to do that and share that. Or if you want to use the hashtag Vibes, make sure to do that. We'll look that up and we'll read your comment here live on air as you're joining us. For if it's the first time of our channel, we welcome you. This is the inaugural Black Belt Paddling Challenge. It's the first one ever here at the Miami Marina, the first of many to come, and we are now approaching almost the end of the first course, the short course of this challenge, and soon will be followed by the long course, which was supposed to be close to 12 miles, but due to the weather conditions, it has been decreased in length. But either way, it's going to be a fun and challenging experience for all of these competitors.
Absolutely, and you can see from that last shot, you see how much flatter it is. You're tucked in under those trees right there. Those paddlers are taking full advantage of flatter conditions.
And if you can see in this shot, like this blue canoe and pink, the 2 girls over there paddling, that's Jacqueline, her friend. It's their first race.
Wow.
They are like 4 months excited with this race happening here. The opportunity that they have to basically race at home. This girl she's a dragon boater. She's paddling right now. It's part of the community, our community. And an outstanding paddler. She's super excited with the race. I talk to her like almost every day when I come to the club, and she was super excited. Was the first one to get her number yesterday. She came to do the registration yesterday here. Yeah, it's very important, very excited for me to see this happening here with these people that I love, that I paddle every day, and they having fun. Makes me so accomplished, man, so happy.
Yeah, I know it's a lot of work, almost a year in the making for this to come alive. Andre, I'm sure that you're proud of this baby of yours,
Yes.
this Black Belt Paddle Challenge, and more to come here. Well accepted by even the local commission. How'd that come about with the Key Biscayne Commission coming out here? Tell me about that. What was it? What was his reaction?
That's
Is he a paddler by any chance?
We have to.
We have to get him in there?
We have to say big thanks here for Monica Diaz, who's doing a big job, and the team that we have in ISC. Roman is part of this team.
Does he paddle? Did you find out?
He asked me to paddle.
Very good.
I just walked with him to the canoes. He's gonna schedule a meeting with the community here.
Oh, very good,
To
very good.
present the sport for the community. So something maybe outstanding.
It could be
is
the
coming.
official sport of the city, right?
That's
Or the
how you
village.
grow the sport right there. You get community involvement, you get people in power, interested in the sport, and the next thing you know, does become the community sport.
Exactly, like a sport, like Scott is saying right now. It's so important to bring the community together, show people what we can do and what the sport is, because putting a race like this is no joke, Roma. It's no joke. It's a lot of permits. The Marine Patrol, especially in Miami, it's a city with a lot of tourism. a lot of water life, right? Boats everywhere. It's a big deal to put a race with safe race like that here. So maybe with the support of the commissioners, the mayor, we can have more easier ways to put a race like this, better race, bigger ones in the for us here in Miami. That's the perfect scenario to paddle.
And one thing I noticed is not just the participants that came out, but there's your people that live in the area that wanted to come out see this event.
Exactly,
There was some news that went out here to the local community and local newspapers, and they were interested in coming to see what the hype was all about. And of
Exactly.
course, you have your family members, but yeah, this could become again like the biggest mega event for the area, and everybody participates.
It sure could. The fact that you actually have Brazilians and
Right.
Tahitians here on the first one is a great sign. It's a great sign. Also very smart, doing laps in front of a beach so that people can see where the paddlers are. A lot of the longer races are open ocean, and the only way you can see it is through a feed like this. And so there's a lot of viewership online, but going to a beach and actually seeing it is fantastic.
Well, Andre, I know you have to go. You have to do a lot of work.
Yes.
Do what you have to do. I know we have more guests to join us here throughout the
Absolutely.
broadcast. Andre, congratulations,
Yeah, I
man.
have to check out
You're
with the
doing
team.
awesome.
Thank you
Do
very
your
much
thing.
for you
Good
guys
job.
for doing this. I have to check with for the second race, the safety, to talk to the safety team about the buoys, the athletes, and make that everything's gonna run smooth. Let's go
Fantastic.
now. The second part of the show, the big show, the main event.
I need to see.
The
I need
main
to,
event
I
is
was
coming.
dying
And
to
here's
see
our
the
finisher.
tournament. Andre, do your
Exactly.
thing. Congratulations.
First
We
place
have,
right
we have the
now.
winner
There we
of
go.
the first surf
We
ski
won.
across the line.
Amazing stuff. The people there are excited to go. Andre, do your thing. I know you're busy, man.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Roman.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Scott. Pleasure to meet you,
event.
guys.
Great.
And as we go, Scott, yeah, the people out there excited, clapping for
There we
that
go.
first gentleman that just sailed in to the beginning or the end
So-
of the race.
If you've been paying attention to these
So that
paddles-
was about less than an hour he made.
Right, exactly. And so that's typical for a surf ski. Surf skis are very fast boats. If you're a good ski paddler, you're going to be quite fast. But you'll find that the best paddlers are equivalent in their speeds. So what you're seeing here as they're coming in, we're getting, even though kind of into the wind, this paddler that we're looking at right here, the smoothness of the paddling, the technique is what's going to allow that paddler to be faster. And so as we were watching earlier, we were watching that OC2 earlier, there was, now admittedly, their technique was more dragon boat
Right.
than
Right.
outrigger, but they were together. They were smooth. That idea of tahoi, the togetherness, the unity.
But you
That's
talk
what
about that
makes it-
dragon boat, and it's more like the paddle. It has the way you place it is completely different from placing it in a
lot of it
V1 or
has,
to that.
yeah, absolutely, but a lot of it has to do with the top arm, the top hand. Dragon boaters like to create sort of an A-frame,
Right,
if you will.
right.
They're going to have a
Yep.
a high top shoulder,
Mhm.
but if you're looking at what the Polynesians are doing, what the Hawaiian paddlers do, and the Tahitian, the French Polynesians, they're going to have more of a bent arm, and they're going to be
Bottom, right? Yeah.
the bottom arm is you lock in solid. So that's where the technique is going to, like, nothing wrong with dragon boating, nothing wrong with dragon boat technique in a dragon boat, but once you transition over to OC, you have to break yourself of some habits and create a new sort of style for yourself. Here we see a really beautiful example of smoothness.
Very smooth, yeah.
Very smooth. So moving right along in that Kantari, look at how drawing the boat forward to the paddle and not the paddle through the water to the hip.
And one thing I noticed, that right arm or that right hand of it is not too far low to the paddle, just a little bit up.
Right.
It's like a little space in between.
You want to be sort of choked up further on the paddle. You don't want to be all the way down, because that's going to cause you to bend down and you're going to lose power through the transition of the stroke. I've seen, as we've been standing here talking to Andre, I've seen a lot of our sort of premier paddlers getting on the water. I see a lot more va'a, but what I'm noticing is the wind is so strong that even some of the bigger guys need an assist with their boat getting into the water.
Yeah, quite amazing stuff we're seeing here in Miami. The inaugural Black Belt Paddling Challenge. Rodolfo Roman joined by Scott Miller calling the action of this race, and we're just anticipating for the long course. I'm telling you, Scott, I wanted to see the beginning. I wanted to see the rush. That is what I'm waiting for, Scott.
Yeah.
I want to people throw elbows. They got to do what they got to do to get forward and get the race going.
I'll tell you, there's some bumping and grinding in these starts, and you're gonna see a little.
Oh, you're taking it back to the R&B days.
Yeah,
Scott, the bumping grind, the bumping grind, the R. Kelly. Well, the R. Kelly, I can't remember that right now.
little boat bumping will happen, you know.
I can't even say that name nowadays. He's canceled.
We might want to play down the R. Kelly.
No.
But what I'm telling you right now is, it is a race to get out front. It is an absolute, when you're in a place, I recommend you go to Tahiti. Go and see one of these big races. The water, it's like egg beaters in the water. The water the spray comes off the water.
I saw some of the waves it's crazy. It's insane.
It's amazing.
10 feet, 14 feet. How do you manage that?
Well, I'll tell you how you manage it. They paddle in it all the time, but also these boats, the Va'a is developed for French Polynesian water. It is meant to go in the flatter lagoon as well as to some of these bigger swells. What we have here in the Atlantic is, I would call it a chop.
Right.
It's a little bit closer together. It's kind of sharper at the crest. When you get out on a wave in Tahiti, it is not breaking. It is not cresting. It is a great big mountainous swell, maybe 14 feet tall. Yeah. And when you first get out and you're like, oh, can I do this? But once you start to feel it, you realize that this boat has over hundreds of years been developed for that kind of water. It's really an amazing feeling to be on top of a 10-foot wave and working your way down the face of it, and you feel the boat speed pick up, and you realize what you need to do is steer and stay off the reef.
Listen, I've swam in the Pacific Ocean. I'm not saying that I'm the Michael Phelps of swimming here, but I think I could survive. And just picturing myself facing a 14-foot wave, I'm going to have to really prepare myself mentally for that.
Well, and I'll tell you who's great at surfing in particular, it's the Hawaiian paddlers. If they are out in the Kapi'i Channel, these are amazing waves. They are cresting out there, and so you'll see like a Kai Bartlett and some of the other great paddlers in Hawaii going out and doing battle in this channel. And it's like, you need to be an excellent surfer. You need to be a waterman, a true waterman. So you have Lindsay Shank out there. You've got some other amazing paddlers out there in Hawaii. You need to understand that they are out there in some of the best wave conditions in the world.
Absolutely. As we're approaching now, we already had our first participant that concluded the short race, and we're just anticipating the long one to take course. It was reduced, originally 12 miles, but now it's been decreased because of the weather conditions. If I'm this participant, this athlete that was ready for the 12, I'm excited, I'm motivated. How do you feel mentally? Gosh, I trained so hard for that, and now I gotta just readjust my mind.
There's a little readjustment, but honestly, I feel like these paddlers are going to be okay with maybe decreasing the distance, but they're going to have a lot of technical conditions out here. The wind is picking up more and more and more throughout the day. It's going to be a lot of skill. We have other skis coming across now, and those are these people coming across first. They have figured out how to work in these wavy conditions. The premier paddlers who are coming up next, they're going to be in even bigger conditions. So they'll have to do a little readjustment, but honestly, they're going to cope with it. We're used to this. Race courses change all the time.
Right, and if you're the person that did both, I mean, you're talking about almost 20 miles that you've participated in.
Oh yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, some of these races are quite long. The ones in Brazil sometimes are like 50 kilometers. A 50K race.
You're 25, close about, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like you have to be used to doing all sorts of distances. You have to understand that conditions change, race courses change, and you just have to be mentally agile.
As we're going again, if you're watching here for the first time, the Va'a channel, make sure to write in your comments about what you're seeing and this wonderful race that we're doing out here in Miami. Or if you are on the socials, just use the hashtag vibes, and we'll make sure to read some of your comments here live on air. And maybe you're watching your friend or your brother or your cousin that's participating out here. Send them a shout out. We'll put it live here on air, because I'm sure some of them cannot make it down here to Miami, so they're watching the live stream.
That's actually where a lot of viewing of these races takes place. We were talking earlier, like the fact that you can actually be on shore and watch the participants come and go is an amazing thing. So a lot of the island races are only viewable online. So we see here more participants coming across the line. Beautiful Miami, Florida, beautiful Virginia Key here at the Miami Rowing Club. We've got a battle. We've got two OCs gutting it out, coming across the line right here.
And there's a lot of shouting. Not sure if we could get the comments from the crowd, guys, but if we can get a shot. Yeah, there's that shot right there. If we can zoom in for those folks that are cheering on, yeah, right there. They're cheering on the folks that are making their way here to the finish line. They are definitely paid their dues as we're getting ready to finish off the short course and ready for the long one, where we're excited for that. Again, I want to see that beginning. It's a lot of fun. If it's the first time,
there's that finish.
There it is. If you want to really get excited at the beginning, man, it's a lot of fun when everybody's just rushing through to get out and want to have the first dabs as far as getting out there to the open water.
Well, and you know what they call two canoes on the water, right?
What's that?
A race. So it doesn't matter. Like every practice, if there's two canoes, you're going to try and beat that other canoe. So that's what's happening here. We have an organized race here. We have a lot of fun for our sort of newbie racers in the 7-mile course. Some of the more seasoned racers in this course as well. But we're looking forward to that 10-mile race coming up very shortly.
10-mile race coming up very soon. Cash money available for the winner. Of course, we got the medals. We got the black belts for participation. But of course, we are ready. So again, thank you very much for all those tuning in for the VAA subscribers. We have plenty of them. I just took a sneak peek in there, Scott. There's a lot of people out there watching. Let us know where you're watching. What country, what part of the world are you tuning in? We'd love to give you a shout out.
Exactly.
If you're just waking up, let me know. You know, maybe you just woke up, have a cup of coffee. If you're out on the West Coast, because it'd be, 7 a.m. out there?
7
It's Saturday night. Maybe you went out to party last night. I don't know. That's your personal business. Whatever it is, let us know where you're watching, and we'll give you a shout out for watching and checking out the inaugural Black Belt Paddle Challenge here in Miami, Florida, Scott.
Listen, a big shout out to all of our friends down in Brazil. I know that you're watching. There are a lot of fans of Andre down there, and bom dia to you. And we're also looking to shout out to some of our friends out in Polynesia. I know it's super early for you. I'm not so sure you're actually awake, but when you watch
maybe
this,
they're not, Todd.
When you watch this,
it's Saturday, Sunday, maybe they are.
You watch this. When you watch this later, hello to you as well. But everybody watching us online, this is our first Black Belt Challenge here in Miami, Florida. It's going to be a premier race. It already is a premier race. We're seeing a lot of things that we don't see often in Florida races. We see a lot of care given to the safety boats. We see a defined course. It's amazing.
All right, so we're getting here some folks out there. They're definitely. Peter Keeves. Thanks for the shout out there, man. The kudos goes to all of our production team that's putting this stuff together. And listen, we can't say nothing about shame on the wind. It's weather. It's Mother Nature. It does what it wants. But I'll be honest, Scott. I think it makes it more exciting.
It does. It does actually. And yeah, it's great when it's flat, but it's so much more fun when you have to battle, because later on you have a great story to tell. You overcame it. So that's, yeah, it's a little windy, but it'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll get rid of it. It'll be fine. Well, shout out there to Carol McKnight, all the way from Rio, Brazil.
Yes.
Rio de Janeiro, so thanks for that.
Absolutely.
Jen, all the way from Naples, just about 2 hours and change.
Yep.
Here from Miami, Florida. Thanks for tuning in. Trying to see, go down the list here. Peter Keeves, watching from Ocean Sports Club, Carby's Bay in the UK.
Wow.
Hard work in that win. Yes, sir, it is, Peter. I'm not in the water, but I've been struggling trying to keep myself standing up straight. That's the challenge I'm having, Scott.
I'll make sure you don't fall over.
Yeah, please do. I don't want to tip over because it ain't going to be a good fall for me. I'll tell you that much, Scott. Hey, keep on those comments coming. We love to go ahead and share here with our viewers.
Absolutely.
And thanks for joining us this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you're watching, whatever part of the world you're watching. Thanks for tuning in. We'd love to give you a shout out, whether you're enjoying a cup of tea or a brewski, whatever, it's on you. But let us know where you are, and we'd love to go ahead and give you a shout out during our live cast, Scott.
We got a nice view of Ava'a coming across there. You know, this is no joke. Even on an inside course on a windy day like today, I'll tell you, the wind is definitely not necessarily your friend in Ava'a, especially from the side. It is no joke trying to keep that boat straight. So my hat is off to these paddlers who've decided to go rudderless today. It is really, really a credit to them, but really, no matter what the craft you're in, it is a credit to you. If you're going to be out here, you're going to be active, you're going to get yourself out in the water and be healthy.
And the later we go into the day, the more the wind picks up, Scott.
Absolutely. We felt it picking up. I mean, it was funny. We got here and I thought, oh, not so bad, not so bad. And as we've stood up here on the deck today, it just becomes more and more and more of a factor.
Yeah, just look at that. Items there, just look at that. Just look at the boat right there. Has shifting due to the waves and the wind.
Yep.
I mean, that just gives it to you all right there and then.
And again, this is the protected water that we're seeing.
Yeah.
As I look across it, you know, as a paddler, I look out and I think, oh, it's a windy day. But when you go out onto the ocean side of this island, you will see, oh, look at them gutting it out
look at
to
that.
the finish. There you go.
Oh, it's a race right there between these two. But that gentleman there in orange definitely picking up the pace.
Absolutely great. Great coverage here. A big shout out to our drone pilots. They're doing a great job following.
Give that guy a beer. He's doing a phenomenal job out there with that drone shot. Absolutely. Well, no drinking on the job, though.
Not right now. Not right now. Later for the beer. There's a lot of beer mentions, and I'm happy about it, but maybe later. So this is I think, a good time to sort of point out that the culture that we're trying to promote here is the Ohana culture, the Tahoi culture, the one of Tahitian family, of Polynesian family, of Hawaiian family. There's a unity that's happening here with these paddlers. Andre mentioned it, but you'll see when they come off, these guys are battling it out on the water, but they're going to be big hugs, big smiles. That's what's great about this sport.
It's a loving sport, it's a respectful sport, as everyone is in it together. Yes, it's competitive, but the respect is mutual on all ends.
100%. And let me tell you, when you're in a place like Tahiti, the person who comes in last gets as big a cheer as the person who came in first, because they understand what it takes to do a course like this. We understand that, yeah, you may not be the fastest person on the water, but you put yourself to the challenge. You put yourself to the challenge mentally and physically, and you've completed it, or even just attempting it sometimes. Yeah, I mean, we saw the one ski huli earlier. I guarantee you, when we go further out into the bay, there's going to be more of that.
Yeah, I'm sure in that long course, in the long race, there's going to be a lot of hulis out there, folks being thrown off, and it's a matter of how quick they get in there. But because of the wind, because of the waves, that's going to be the challenge that they will face. Keep those comments coming. We'll check in just a few with the staff if more comments are coming in.
Yes.
I know we had people from Brazil, the United Kingdom, from Florida. If we have more comments, keep on coming in. We want to hear your thoughts on this great event. We do have some more here, Scott.
Yes.
Let me give a shout out to Miami. Yeah, but it's definitely beautiful out there.
Yeah, it is.
Shout out there to ARR Trigger World. Good job, guys. Thank you for tuning in. You know
that's
them?
That's Joey. Joey Alvarez. So Joey's our sponsor, and all I can say is that Ari has brought a lot of boats to Miami. There's a lot of canoes on the water today, thanks to Ari Outrigger World. Ari Canoes Tahiti and Joey Alvarez. He is a huge promoter of the sport and the culture here in the United States and also abroad. So we're really, really proud to be a part of it.
Anna G, good morning. So I'm not sure exactly where you're from, but if you're saying good morning, I'm assuming maybe you're in the West Coast. Maybe I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But Anna G, thanks for tuning in. And keep those comments coming again.
Or if you have any questions about the course or
the sport
here,
itself.
Or the sport itself, or if you're visiting Miami, where you can find a place to paddle. This happens often where you'll go somewhere and you think, oh, I really would love to paddle there, but I don't know where. We can put you in touch with the people who are here locally, the clubs that are here locally. They would love to have visitors from somewhere else, from the UK, from Brazil, from California, from Polynesia, from all over the world. It's very welcoming, and we're looking forward to having you come here.
Now, we've definitely passed, I would say, the hour mark already.
Yes.
So we're just seeing perhaps the last remaining participants of that short race.
I think
just
so.
Coming along.
I'm seeing a lot of sort of a grouping here at the tail end of the pack as they're heading towards the end of the basin here. They have to make that last turn around the buoy. They have to go around that safety boat, and then they'll be coming up in front of the dock here. But again, it doesn't matter, first or last. If you're out here competing, our hat is off to you.
Yeah, it's not only a physical but a mental challenge when you're out there. So my hat off to those individuals. Andre had mentioned that there was a young lady that it was her first race, and she was excited.
Yes.
And it takes a lot when I've competed in several sports, and that first competition, you do the work during the week, all the hours, but it's completely different when it comes the day of the race or the competition. You feel it, all of these emotions, all these things going through your head, and you have to separate that and say, hey, it's just another day in the office, and that itself is a challenge.
It sure is. It sure is. But that's what I mean. Again, that's why I credit these people. They are out here doing something. I mean, they could be in bed.
Yeah.
They could be sleeping in, but they're not. They've dedicated their time, their outside time, to practice this sport, to become adept at it, and then they're going to put themselves to a challenge. It's not about beating the other paddler. It's about beating yourself. It's about being better than you were last time. And so to be out here, to challenge yourself on the course, and to make real inroads in your own training, that's what this is all about.
Again, thanks for joining us there, all those subscribers, newbies that have joined us. If you are tuning in, let us know where you're from, your thoughts, maybe, like as Scott had mentioned earlier, if you want to start paddling, how to find out information, how to join a local club.
Exactly.
Heck, how do I purchase these things? How do I purchase some of these crafts? Where to purchase? What's the starter kit? What do I need to get?
Well, let's just say the first thing I would say is, if you don't own anything else, a good paddle. That's really all you need, because if you're going to go to a club, there'll probably be somebody there who is maybe willing to loan you their canoe, or in the case of Honolulu, they have a lot of actually here in Miami, Ari has boats that you can try out that are here just for your use. So you don't need to actually own a boat. A good boat, a very good racing boat, is going to run you anywhere around $4,600 to $5,600. So that's for somebody who's very much committed to the sport. But buying yourself a good canoe paddle, like a really good carbon paddle, don't go to like your local West Marine and buy that paddle. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Buy yourself a blade that's really going to work for you, that is a performance blade. And then, but again, if you're just coming down brand new, show up, borrow some equipment, see if you like it.
Right.
That's what happened to me 35 years ago. I got dragged down to the Washington Canoe Club. I didn't have a boat. I didn't have a paddle, but they had stuff there for me, and I tried it out. It's a good idea if you know how to swim.
I think that's key, Scott.
I think it is key, because you will be hooliging. You will be going in the water. It's all right. Some of the best paddlers in the world, and we may see some of them today, hoolie in these conditions. It's okay. But what I need to tell you is, like, find a place nearby. I didn't know where to go, but now knowing the culture, I know it's actually more than acceptable to come as a brand new person, brand new to the sport, and just say, I'd like to try. There will be people there to support that desire, and that's how it all starts.
And don't be disencouraged. You know, if
Right.
my knee hurts, I'm old. I don't look at that.
Well, honestly, some of the fastest guys in the world are about 75 years old. Uncle Nappy in Hawaii, that guy, I mean, he's forgotten more about paddling than most of us will ever know about paddling. So being older, this is the perfect sport for you because it is low impact. It does not impact the joints. You will have to gain a certain level of fitness if you want to compete, but there is plenty of opportunity for people who are recreational in the sport as well.
As long as you get the lungs working and the heart pumping, I think that's key.
I'll say once you get yourself on a wave and you're surfing, then your heart gets pumping. Then your lungs are working, and then you're like, oh, this is awesome. So being out on a wave and feeling the surge of the ocean underneath your canoe, and like you feel it in your butt.
Gluteus maximus.
That's right. The glutes are your key to success. But you jump up on that wave and you see the nose of your boat kind of hit the front end of the wave, and then all of a sudden, like, the water's just spraying past you. It's the best feeling in the world. So I would love everybody tuning in to experience that. Find a club local to you, or if you're interested in knowing about clubs here in Miami, we're happy to.
And we're going to go
them.
ahead and share some more of the thoughts here. All right. We got Jen. How many miles of paddling would you recommend to practice till competing?
That's entirely up to you. It depends on what races you're going to be doing. I'll tell you, when I was competing, when I was actively doing it, I would put in probably, I don't know, something like 7 miles in the morning, and then again in the afternoon, another 7 to 8 miles. That's in addition to the running that I was doing, in addition to the weight training that I was doing. So that's quite a while ago when I was doing that sort of thing. But I mean, I'm not sort of like advocating that everybody does 14 miles a day. You know what your lifestyle is like. You know what your job considerations are. But if you're serious about racing, being on the water at least 4 to 5 times a week and putting in at least an hour for each of those sessions, water time is key. The more miles, the better, but quality miles as well.
It's about the repetitions, right? It's how much you get in, how much you put into it.
And also, if you're serious about becoming a good and competitive racer, finding a better paddler to paddle with as a partner or a coach is really also key. It's not absolutely necessary, but it will sort of like turbocharge your training, because when you're out on the water with a faster paddler, you push yourself to go a little faster, and so your fitness level will sort of range up because of it.
Now, and just to piggyback off that, Jen wanted to ask, what would you say to work out order to take the sport serious? In other words, what other things do you need to do physically to make you a better paddler? You mentioned weight training, you mentioned some running.
Definitely being in the gym is key, but also, I mean, running is the best sport. I hate to say that as a guy who hated running, but when I was running, I was about as fit as I ever was, and you know, only 4 miles, only just kind of putting in 4 miles daily, but that was enough to kind of bring up the cardio fitness. Believe it or not, as much as you might think the upper body is important, the lower body is equally as important. The legs and having sort of leg fitness. If you have joint issues like knees or something like that, cycling is a good way to do it.
Stairmaster.
Or everybody's friend, the erg. The rowing erg is an amazing tool.
Yes.
So like if you have access at your gym to an erg, that is a great way to kind of build your endurance, get your legs stronger, because when you get in the boat, you're going to be bracing, you're going to be bicycling in the canoe, you're pushing off with the foot as you paddle. So
it's the rowing machine as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the whole, like, it's a total body fitness.
Absolutely. I gotta keep those comments coming. We're reading off them here. Peter Reeves, he said, Jen, he suggested CrossFit at the gym is prep.
It's not a bad idea as long as you're being coached and you're safe
Properly.
about it.
Yes,
Properly.
Well, that's another topic for a different day.
That's a different day. There's a lot of CrossFit injury that happens, but yes.
But thanks for the comment there, Peter. And I'm loving here how everyone is just supporting each other from all parts of the world, giving advice, giving tips.
Yeah.
We talk about coming together as a community and giving tips and advice on how to get involved with the sport. And we're doing it right here with this broadcast. And listen, the wind is picking up more and more and more. It's the perfect time to fly a kite right now if you know how to do so.
It is pushing us around up here. You can hear it in our microphones for sure, but I'll tell you, it is a gusty, windy day. It's going to be really interesting to watch these paddlers as they go out into the open waters of the bay.
So now, as we're getting closer to the long course, and if I went on the short course and the wind is picking up, I have to now prepare myself, right? Because I was used to this weather and now it's picking up more.
Yes. Yeah, it is picking up more. But again, you've got some very skilled watermen and waterwomen out here. You're going to see that you've got really amazing fitness. We saw it earlier with some of the Tahitian paddlers on the water, just sort of like flying up into the face of the wind. Well, you're going to really see something as they take off. And here it looks like we've got Roseanne. Oh my gosh, Roseanne is an amazing, she's one of the sponsors, and she's just like, God bless her. She is coming across the line. That is fantastic. I believe we have our final competitor who's just come across the line.
There we go. We pretty much then concluded that short race, and we talk about the wind. It's about roughly right now about 78 degrees, so it's perfect as far as if I wanted to go out and get a nice suntan. But when it comes to participating into water sports, then it's quite the challenge here this afternoon now. As we're still morning.
Temperature-wise, perfect.
Yep.
Sort of partly cloudy. Looks like some of the squalliness is going away. We don't have any of that rain anymore. We've got partial cloud cover, but boy, oh boy, was the wind forecast right. We were watching it all through the week. We saw it building and building, and my wife, who's competing in this long course race, she came to me and she said, it's going to be 20 miles an hour. And I said, well, I guess it's good you've been training in rough water.
Now, is there when you know that you're going to face instances like this, when you have the rocky water, what do you do in a water dive? There's something that you could do outside of the water to prepare you for that.
It's really, again, about core stability, having that core strength. And again, to our viewer who is interested in CrossFit, there's a lot of core stability that goes on in there. Cycling is a great way to build that lower body strength. Again, it's all about controlling the canoe in these conditions, but a lot of, honestly, in a lot of measures, the only way to kind of get that stability in that sort of water is to go out in that sort of water and experience it and have that experience under your belt.
Yeah, we're looking at it right now. It's at about 15 miles per hour is what they have, but
that's
it
not the gust, though.
It's probably a lot more than that. I'll tell you that much. And this is the latest information that we have. Of course, this is updated as we speak. But the gust is there. The challenge is there. And we're now just about finished this short course, and soon after we will be starting the long course rate.
Well, we've got all the competitors for the long course up at the start. Oh, really? So I'm thinking we're very, very close to a start here.
I don't know if we're able to get a shot there of where the long race is coming along soon.
Yeah.
We're getting ready for that.
If we could get a shot of that start,
that'd be one, and that's the exciting part.
It is the exciting part. And right now there's about 40 competitors for the long course. I'll tell you, the more canoes you get on the line, the more surf skis you get on the line, the more exciting it is. Some of these races in Polynesia, you'll have upwards of 300 paddlers on the line. And when they go,
Yeah.
it's like the water is being beaten to death. It's just amazing to watch them go. And you just see jockeying on the land to be first into the water. Some of these guys will get out up to their waist in hopes of getting out ahead of their competition. The race organizers are pushing them back, and there's a banter back and forth. But listen, it is.
And there we are. There's a shot right
amazing.
there, Scott.
Yep.
Let's see if we can stabilize ourselves there.
So we got a little
We're
buoy
getting it.
action right there.
Yeah, and you know, Andre had mentioned how difficult it was to get that buoy into place because of the wind. I'm being pushed off right now
Yeah.
as we speak. This is no. Maybe we could get something here to show you guys the flies away, just to show you the impact that the wind gusts have. I mean, even with our cameras, right? We're putting a lot of sandbags so they won't fly away.
Well,
it's a serious thing.
We had a little equipment fly away earlier in a gust. It's one of these things where you can't imagine the power of the wind until you're out in it. Yep, there they are, lining up at the end of the basin there. You've got people, it looks like, in the water here.
Yeah, they're getting it. Now, when it comes to the Tahitians one, the Hawaiian one, the big popular ones, you mentioned it. It's like people in a tuna can. You know, they're all just packed into one area. They're all fighting for it.
It's true. And I mean, you know, as awesome as these single boat races are, and they are awesome, they're so good. Equally awesome are the team boat races, the 6-person canoes. If you have not been a participant in one, I totally encourage you to do that. But in addition to that, you know, like, watch some of the bigger races. Watch like Hawaii Nui, which is sort of one of the premier races where they go island to island to island. It's a multi-day race. And there's a lot of strategy in races like that too. Picking a line, understanding the currents and understanding the waves is huge. When you're doing 20 miles in a big boat with change outs, it's key, the strategy.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll, as we start getting ready for that long race, maybe we take a little break here, maybe perhaps, to get everything situated and get us ready for go, right, gentlemen? Yeah. And do we know the time exactly when we're going to start with the long race? Not yet, okay. Maybe we could give the folks a little breather.
Let's give a break.
We give a little break. We can step out just to have a little water.
We're starting the long race short, very soon.
Very soon. Okay, thanks, Andre.
We just have some issues with the buoy situation.
Okay.
One boat in the middle of the bay decided to took it off and remove the buoys.
Oh no. Okay.
So we had our lifeguard right now diving and putting the buoys place together.
Okay.
We're just
All right. So welcome back as we're here for the start of the long race, the long course race with some of the best paddlers from French Polynesia, from Brazil, and from the United States, all gearing up. We've got some amazing paddlers from Florida here as well. You're going to see some amazing technique in play here as we're battling, as you can hear, some ferocious wind. Andre, what do you have to say about your initial black belt challenge? Are you happy with it?
That's the big deal right now. Super happy, super stoked. I see already a lot of movement in the water. Basically, it's a moving start, and the race, it's started.
It has started. We have
no, the flag is up.
And
flag
down.
It started now. Officially started.
All right. So they're off, and what you're going to see here is some explosivity as these paddlers are coming off the line. This is really absolutely critical for these paddlers to get out ahead of their competition. They are looking to jockey for first place. Just like in the shorter course, we're going to see the skis out front, but we also have a large contingent of Tahitians here. They're going to be up front as well. We've got Dave McKnight. You cannot discount his talent and his strength. You've also got a David Bittenbender from Atlanta, Georgia. We've got Mark Atanasio. We've got JP Ansola. We've got some amazing paddlers on the line, and you can see the rating is so much higher in this race than it was in the last race. The fitness levels of these paddlers is incredible. If I don't shout out to Pam Butler, my wife, things are going to be...
Yeah, you're right.
It's going to be troublesome later. So she's also in the water. We've got Willie here coming all the way hot off the California series.
And Pam is passing right in front of you right now.
Exactly.
In that beautiful pink canoe with a yellow armor.
So we've got some, and you can see, we were just talking about this, the fitness level of these paddlers is so much greater than the first group.
And here, Scott, I can see, I'm sorry for breaking you, interrupt you, I can see already the leading group is the surf ski group, very strong, a lot of, some 2v1s over there.
Yes.
I see Caio Tarafo, I see Rotu Poroi, and I see leading the group, Kiki De Boa.
Ah, yes.
In an epic V10 GT surf ski. He came here, he's Tahitian V1 paddler, famous. He came to paddle surf ski. They do a lot of surf skiing in Tahiti, Scott.
Absolutely. They are really cross-training in these boats. You can see the lead crew right here, and a guy like Tehotu is smart as a waterman because he's going to be trading off watercraft. We were talking about this earlier.
Guys, I was just out there. I wanted to get a good glimpse into this, and man, Andre, you were there, but I had not been there. I was in the water. That wind is serious, man.
Yes.
I was moving along. I wanted to check it out for myself, and I was taking out to the folks out there that this is you got to be the elite type of person there to
rough
compete.
Conditions that we have today, really rough conditions. Buoys are being dragged. They're so strong that the winds are right now. It's even picking up even more. The funny, some of those paddlers, they love those conditions, Roman. They love those conditions.
Absolutely.
So it's like the Tahitians have a freebie already. They're coming in with an advantage.
Well, yes and no. Yes, they have an advantage in terms of their training and their experience. No, they don't know the water. So they're gonna be sort of like watching to see which way to go, but they have a lifetime of experience behind them. That is definitely an advantage to them. But as you saw, the pack is still tightly collected. There's a lot of
there's a scramble there, Scott, right? There's a little scramble there right there.
Exactly. But look at this. You've got a front pack that's starting to break away from the rear. And as we progress, this front pack is going to shed more and more paddlers as we go through the race.
Just to the left, you saw that.
On the right
shifting,
side, in a yellow canoe, with it's Rotu Poroi. Timmy Ryder is right here. Here you have Chase, here local from Florida, the surf ski. Flavio Costa, Chase.
Oh, Flavio Costa is here.
They're
Very good.
dueling with Tehoto and Eric Dean for the leadership. Like I see Tehoto already and Eric trying to draft those paddlers.
Yes.
So you see on the left side of the shot, you see 5 surf skis leading this race, and right on the side, Rotu keeping up.
Yes.
With Ava'a, keeping up with the surf skis.
That is no joke, being in it with a single blade and keeping up with surf skis in this wind.
I was about to say that, right.
This is no joke whatsoever. But the smart paddlers are letting that lead pair drag them along. They're going to draft off of them, and at a certain point you're going to see them make a move, come around them, and that's where all of the strategy starts to pay off. But these are all excellent paddlers in this front pack right here. Any of them could win this race. Right behind them, check it out, drafting off the skis, you've got Va'a behind them. I will say the Va'a are going to have an advantage in this race only because they're not dragging a rudder.
So again, originally it was scheduled for 12, but because of due to weather condition, it's decreased with about 10.
10, exactly. So, but still, 10 in these weather conditions is not a joke. It is no joke whatsoever. It is really incumbent upon them to be very, very fit.
In this shot, you see Hotu in a Timi canoe, yellow one. This one, you can see Manatea, Bob Dupont in a white and blue Timi. Here you have red Phi. I couldn't see who was in that canoe.
We've got Danny in the Vega right
there.
there.
Danny, local here, surf ski, strong
local.
He's
going in. Look at that deep freak stroke.
Hanging tight with the top
ski.
grooves. That's great.
Now, can we anticipate a nail biter, gentlemen? Do you think we'll get into a nail biter? We're really close to the finish line.
It may be. It may be. We're just, it's anybody's guess right now.
Chase from Hawaii, they shot the green Michael.
Chase Wanderheim?
Yes,
that's
from
awesome.
Hawaii.
To have Chase here, that's a big deal. A white paddler in Florida is
a prestige.
No small, it is. It's prestigious. Having Polynesians here, having everyone from the Pacific come to us here, that's a mark of how serious this race is.
Wow, quite incredible stuff from the Miami Marina here in the city of Miami, the inaugural Black Belt Paddle Challenge. If it's the first time you're tuning in, welcome. Rodolph Roman, Scott Miller, Andre Sosa, the organizer. Please write in your comments there on our YouTube channel or Facebook Live, wherever you're watching. We love to hear some of your comments out there. We've been getting a lot. Folks from the UK, from Brazil, our producers will go ahead and share some of those comments. We love to share them. What we have coming in, if we have anything coming in, we love to hear them out there. We just started the long course. We finished out the short one. The victor of the short course, Andre, share your thoughts. Did you get to manage to speak to them?
Was a surf ski guy. I didn't saw the name of the person. I cannot.
Sure.
We cannot bring official results right now.
Okay.
The times being computed.
Calculated.
Yeah. So we cannot talk about who won the race. We saw the image. We can have an idea, but I don't have official results to talk about right now. But I see already the surf skis getting the lead. The V1's trying to keep of them.
Of course.
That black surf ski on the third place is Kiki De Boa. And I believe the two white surf skis leading this race is Chase from here from Florida.
Yes.
And Flavio
Costa. These are well-seasoned surf ski paddlers. They paddle in all sorts of conditions, much larger than this, maybe not as windy. So what we're seeing, and you're seeing the pack start to stretch out a little bit here, more and more.
Yeah.
You've got great paddlers. Anybody paddling in this race is a serious paddler. So it doesn't matter, front of the pack, back of the pack, you're going to see some excellent paddling. Pay attention as we look at these paddlers to the differences in technique. You'll see the Tahitians have a very distinctive style. You're going to see that the local paddlers have a slightly different style, a more kind of crouched style, and it all depends on where you learn to paddle, how you learn to paddle. But it's all about efficiencies. Sometimes you'll see people paddling and they have the weirdest style, but boy, do they go fast.
Everyone has their own style, right? It's just a matter how you adapt to it. And
everyone has their own physiology, right. So your body is going to dictate a lot of what happens in the boat.
And we're getting in some more comments as far as here. Again, shout out for those folks from the United Kingdom, from Brazil. Jen, any paddlers from the West Coast have family that got me into this? Okay, so this is the beautiful thing, Andre. You talked about community. So everyone out here watching from all over the world, they're asking for comments on how can I join? Anybody watching in here that lives in California, help me out. I want to join. That's what you just trying to help out right here. That's exactly what you're doing, spreading the awareness.
Spreading the awareness. We hopefully like we have a lot of race already in US. The West Coast is really strong.
Very strong.
Very strong. The whole point of here is like trying to grow here the East Coast. The the West Coast is already solid. You have like amazing paddlers over there.
You do. You've got like
big, huge teams. Representing our country really in a good way. Famous paddlers here. If you want to participate and know about this sport more, find a local team in your city. Here in Miami, you have Kanalui, you have the Hui, Fort Lauderdale, you have Lanakila. Many teams here in Miami. Here in the location that we are right now, the Marine Stadium here, the MRC, that is a rowing club, Miami Rowing Club. We have like 2 or 3 clubs that you can come here and join. If you're in Miami, look for me here, get my contact. I have plenty of canoes here for you to try, and if you love it, come and enjoy, be part of our beautiful community.
If we can, Andre, and we got some time here for this long course, if we can get one of those short distance paddlers that competed, bring them up here. Let us know what they experienced.
I'm already working on that.
Okay,
let's
bring
them in. Working on that.
Let's bring them in.
Bring Kiki De Boa up here because we would love to talk with him
all right,
too.
All right. I'm bringing Kiki De Boa. I'm bringing some athletes from the first race.
Yeah,
fantastic.
Why we're gonna do this?
Fantastic.
And already they're excited. I was gonna bring some athletes from the long course, but they're really concentrated to participate in the race. But don't worry, stay tuned. We're gonna bring all those news for you guys. Keep enjoying this amazing, beautiful Miami City here, Miami waters, the beautiful community that we have, the paddling community. Enjoy the vibes. Enjoy here. It's a pleasure to have Roman and Scott Miller sharing a lot of knowledge about the Vaha. I usually call him Scott Miller, the voice of the Vaha community.
that is actually really embarrassing.
Right? Right? It's a joke, but it's a nice dude. Like, we're just here to put the sport in another place. Just do a little bit for a sport. This sport is very unique. And you feel a lot of the tahoe that he was talking about, the unity. That's about here for this sport, unity.
Well, that's really true. We're all here because we love this sport. We've spent a lot of time on the water together, separately, but we're here because of a love of the sport. The sport has provided us with many opportunities. I mean, I never in my wildest dreams felt I would be able to go to a place like Tahiti and paddle with actual, like Tahitians, or go to Hawaii, go to California, go to all these places. Dragon boat, another perfect example. Dragon boat took me to China. Dragon boat took me to Thailand. You end up going to all of these locations, and it's all paddle sport. So
one day this could be, an Olympic sport. We threw another stuff out the surfing. Surfing got in there.
It's true. It's true.
Another point that is very important to bring here. Like we have, it's new for us, right?
Yeah.
We are newbies in this sport, right? It's a cultural Polynesian sport. It's very important for us to also educate ourselves about this sport. That's why Scott's here to share the knowledge. We have a tendency to call Polynesians Tahitians. What is kind of right or wrong, right? They are Polynesian people, right?
Exactly.
Each one of them, they are here representing Tahiti also, but representing their own island. You have people from Bora Bora.
Yes.
You have people from Taha competing here. There's another island, Tahiti. You have people from Morea, another island. We have the tendency to call Tahitian. What is okay is normal, but honestly, they're like Polynesian people, like the Polynesians. Like the Hawaiians, they came from Polynesia too, They're like colonized by Polynesian people.
And Andre, one more shout out here as we're getting in. Maybe perhaps this is the first time that they're tuning in for the Vaha Hives channel. One more shout out to all the sponsors. We did it in the short race, but for those folks that are just tuning in for the long race, all the sponsors have helped put together the Black Belt Paddler Challenge.
Oh yeah. So again, thank you very much. Our big black belt sponsor for this race, Ariel Torigo World. Joey put a phenomenal effort to grow the sport here, especially in US. Shout out for Joey for supporting our race here, our local race. It's a black belt sponsor, is our biggest sponsor here today. We're also Kanalui. Kanalui is a purple belt sponsor, a local team here for you. Not only sponsoring, but providing a lot of people to work on the canoe. All those people that you see getting the time, that is the most difficult part of this race. Get the time correct for everyone. You don't want to mess up with that.
No.
Kanalui, it's a whole crew from Kanalui that offer. Christiani, Travis, Jennifer Peters doing the timing for us here. Also, Paolo, we have other two sponsors that is Hurricane Master with Roseanne. Big shout out, paddler with us.
Yep.
And Coco Interiors with my personal friend Fabio D'Ascola. But not only that, our big community that came here to prestige this race, to help. Andrea, many calls, Roman, during the week. My WhatsApp, Andrea, how can I help? Do you need help? I was have people here 4 in the morning, put cones, setting up tents. We're trying to change here the race a little bit, put a little bit more infrastructure. A little spicy, like for the race we have a food truck, we have a coffee truck, we have music.
The thing is, you can have music later on, is that right?
Yeah, we have music here in this
Scott,
room.
you put on some moves? Are you good with dancing moves? Are you working out? You got
We'll see what happens.
WD-40 on them hips?
Listen, the hips swivel a little.
By the way, I got to make a comment here. Next time around, I got to look like Scott. I like the vibes, the shirts, the cap, very beachy, man. We missed out on that, Andre.
Scott is someone like me that we love the culture, the Polynesian culture, and we embrace it with so much love. And
I wanted to point out this right here.
Oh, this is.
I might be inept. I know it's not a shark tooth.
No.
What exactly is this? I don't know if we could get. Can we get a shot? Can we get a little of a close up on this? Yeah. Explain the histories. I wanted to point it out. I wanted to save and ask you though during the long course.
All right.
Most of the people.
So
the history about that.
this is from Tahiti, and you're right. This is not an actual tooth. This is a piece of calcite that has been carved to appear to be like a whale tooth. On the islands, they will, if they find a whale tooth, the chief will wear the tooth. I would love to say somebody gave this to me. I actually bought this. Yeah, I would love to. Honest. I would love to make a great story.
You would have sold me on it, Scott.
No. I'm not gonna, I purchased it because I thought it was absolutely beautiful. It's a piece of local craft. But I will tell you, when I first went to Tahiti, we were actually Pam and I were really saved our bacon. This couple, and so I gave him. We gave her a different type of necklace, but I gave him a very similar necklace because they were our saviors. They bailed us out when really nobody was kind of there to help us. They literally came. I'm going to shout out to Grace and Rocky right now. I don't think you're watching, but if you are watching in Tahiti right now,
maybe, who knows?
It's very early there, but if you're watching, shout out to you. Shout out, of course, to Eric Tane and Mireya on the Raiatea, but also all of the Raiatean crew, Lala, Leila, Tatiana, William, everybody there who was so supportive of us. That's what's greatest about Polynesia. Polynesia's beautiful, right? But we live in a beautiful location too.
That's what I was going to say.
What's special about Polynesia is
right?
the people. When they welcome you open-armed into their homes. It's really a remarkable experience. It's the sort of thing that we don't really experience as much here in North America. Kind of shame on us, because if we were more like this, I feel like things might be a little different. Yeah. So what I'm here to tell you is, when you go to Polynesia, when you visit there, and you should visit there, what you will find is that the place is beautiful, the people are more beautiful. I can say the same about my friends in Hawaii. They are welcoming. But you also need to respect the culture. You need to respect what's there in the islands for thousands of years. We're coming as guests to these islands, and we need to understand that they have traditions, they have a social structure, and just because we're coming from a different place, we need to be understanding of that.
I'll take you on, and tax refunds coming almost very soon in the mail, Scott, so I can fly myself.
Absolutely. But you'll see. We'll talk to some of these Polynesians. We'll talk to Kyle. We'll talk to Hotu. We'll talk to Tehotu. Kiki. Kiki's a perfect example. If there's ever anybody who was more welcoming than Kiki De Boa, I don't know who it is.
And again, Andre Sosa, the organizer, he joined us right now, but very soon we're going to have some of the athletes. And another thing that I wanted to point out, Scott, is the different type of clubs that are in Tahiti. And here in the
Yes.
United States, right? Let's just talk about the United States.
Sure.
We'll talk about football, right? You got the Miami Dolphins here,
Yeah.
the Kansas City Chiefs, who've been winning the Super Bowls lately, and there's a passion. They're just fanatics about it, and it's the same concept for these groups over there in Tahiti.
Yes.
They all support each other.
Yes.
They have jerseys.
Yes.
You have the hat, right? You have the cap. You have a cap that supports one of the teammates.
This is a big sponsor in
Okay.
Tahiti. This is Enjoy Life. They sponsor a lot of the races, but you're right. In Tahiti, and actually on all of the islands, they have clubs, but Tahiti, as the largest island, has the most clubs. Of course, you can't talk about paddling in Tahiti without talking about Shelva'a. Shelva'a is and has been for a long time one of the premier teams. I mean, if you have ever wanted to see an amazing documentary that's inside Shelva'a, it's easily seen on YouTube. It's got English subtitles, really well worth it. You get a sense of what that club is like. They are professionals, and like here, where we have fans for the Dolphins or for the Chiefs, same thing there. There are big fans of Shelva'a, Paddling Connection, EDT, OPT, you name it. And there are so many clubs. Like you can't even, like Matea, the Raiatea, District of Raiatea women's team. Like all of these teams have their own kind of sensibility. They have their own family, their own tahui. But the level of commitment, professionalism is beyond what we see here in the United States.
And Scott, Inter Miami, the soccer league here in Miami, we got our Messi, right?
Yes.
The Lakers, the NBA have the LeBron James.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes in the NFL, you would go now, right? Because he took over Tom Brady. But over in Tahiti, you got some famous paddlers like Manuel.
Well,
this gentleman.
Well, you've got Stevie Boy, of course. Everybody knows Stevie Boy. Everybody knows Kevin Saran Jerusalemi. Everybody knows. But I mean, right here on the water with us right now, we have Hotu Poroi. We have Tehotu Dubois, brother of 10-time world champion Taoroa Dubois. You've got, you have Manutea Mion, like the Blue Flash. This guy.
From New Zealand originally, but moved to Tahiti.
Well, family is from Tahiti, moved to New Zealand, and so he kind of competes for both depending on the competition, but you see him a lot. Very young guy. I'll tell you, I was at a race in Tahiti. He passed by. It was like he was driving a motorcycle. You've never seen a canoe moving so fast, but he was in a group of canoeists all moving that fast. But then you've got people like Damasami. I mean, literally the talent level and the pool of talent is so deep that, you've got your top 5, 10. Kyle Taraufao is here. Kyle Taraufao is a world-class paddler. It would not surprise me in the V1 class to see Kyle Taraufao come in first place today. But he's up against a Hotu Poroi. He's up against other amazing Manotea is here. So you've got all of these guys who are excellent here in Miami today.
In Miami, in just a week or so, right, we're going to be welcoming the F1 Formula race.
Oh, yeah.
Which is a huge major deal, right? It's going to be, second, third one that we got here in South Florida. And the community, the government, they wanted it because we wanted to have that presence, F1. Miami is an international city. So this will become the F1, Formula One of paddling in the future. So maybe we could do a thing like before the F1 comes in, you got to come watch the paddlers.
That would be great.
Compete.
Let me just say, if we had the sort of sponsorship and crowds that
Red Bull, where you at?
But listen, Red Bull is a sponsor of paddling.
Yes.
There's a team Red Bull. There's a team. I mean, Red Bull is a big proponent of paddling in the Pacific. So what we need to see is the level of sponsorship and commitment that we see on the west coast of the United States, in the Pacific, in Hawaii, in the rest of Polynesia, here also in Miami, because there's no more perfect place to paddle than here in Miami. I mean, what you're seeing here today is kind of indicative of what we see here year-round.
So we're coming about roughly 20 minutes or so.
Yep.
Since we started that long course.
And they're all of them out in the open waters of the bay right now. As you can see from the feed, it's really And you can see we're getting a little bit of white capping out there. Once you start to see the white caps, you know that you've got like a wind situation happening. But I mean, this is great drone footage of our leaders of the pack right now. It's really up. Looks like we had a little difficulty right here.
We talked about the roughly per mile.
Yeah.
Roughly on good weather conditions would take about roughly how much? How long?
For 10 miles?
Oh, a mile.
1 mile.
1 mile.
Depends on the paddler, really. It depends
if it's the Tahitians, these guys that are elite.
I'm probably going to break it down for you in like
layman terms.
In an hour.
Yeah.
A great paddler is going to do 7 miles in 1 hour. 7 miles in 1 hour.
7 miles in 1 hour. So
Yeah.
we're talking about roughly about an hour and 20, a little less than an hour and 30. But because of the weather condition, this could change.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you may pick up miles per hour in the downwind portion of this. I mean, as they're going out across the bay, they're being pushed by this wind, so they may be going much faster than that. They may be hitting 8, 9 miles an hour, some of these excellent paddlers. But when you turn around into the wind, you're facing like a brick wall, and your miles per hour are gonna drop. The better paddlers are gonna be doing about 5, 6 miles an hour, maybe 6 miles an hour. But it just all depends on the size of the waves that they're facing and the fierceness of the wind.
Oh, this is quite exciting stuff. Again, this is the long race of the inaugural Black Paddle Challenge. I'm getting my tongue twisted so long. We talk so much. Black Belt Paddle Challenge here in Miami, Florida for this time around. Some of these guys.
Well, you can see
right
actually
here.
they've lengthened out.
Yeah.
So where it was very fast at the beginning, but there's a lot of power in the catch here. As we're looking at that V1 paddler, there's a lot of explosivity still in the catch, but not just at the catch where the blade is entering the water, but they're like popping out of the water quickly so they can reach that out front again. Now, in a side situation in these V1s, you're going to be primarily paddling on one side, trying to keep that boat going straight, but you can't do it always. So you'll find that the V1 paddlers in particular are going to tack through the wind. They're going to be doing a zigzag course, trying to find a way to give their right side or left sides break, depending on which side the wind is on their boat.
It's quite amazing stuff. We had close to roughly about almost 100 folks that have participated in this race, both in the long and short. Some of them doing double duty, participating in the short and the long race. And those guys are just built different.
Man, hats off if you're doing it twice. That's all I gotta say.
And your wife is competing.
She sure is. She's doing the long course today. She's training for a race in September in Brazil. We also have the local race, the Niche Paddle Challenge, that's going to be here in November. So she's training for that. She's a long-term paddler like myself. She's been doing it for 30 years. She's a multiple sort of national championship winner in sprint canoe. She's been on the Pan American team for the United States. She was on the U.S. Swan Boat team. She's done dragon boating, but she's been dedicated the last, dozen years primarily to either marathon canoeing, which is its own thing, or outrigger. And she's actually raced in Te Aito and Super Aito and the Save Baja Challenge in Tahiti. So she's the next level.
So when it comes to marathon, you said talking about marathon, which is a different animal when it comes to races. How long is this marathon race?
Some of them, like the Ausable Challenge, are 90 miles.
But this is throughout how long?
That one's a 2-day race, but General Clinton is a 72 miler 1 day.
72 miles. So paint the pictures for the first time that if someone is tuning in right now, I don't know what you're talking about. 72 miles. When do you start? I mean, you have to start very bright and early.
Well, very early in the morning. They launched that race up there. It's in upstate New York. They launch it at about 6 a.m. It's an open water course for the first mile and a half, and then you shoot down this river, and you're basically going down river to Oneonta, New York. And there's portages. You have to carry the boat and run with the boat outside. So you have to be fit in that way too. And yes, if you're wondering, Do you take a bathroom break? No, you do not.
Oh man, wait a minute. Sutherford, 72 miles on a kayak.
Yeah, or a marathon canoe.
How do you prepare for that?
Well, there's a lot of training. There's a lot of distance training. So there's actually camps here in North Florida, marathon canoe camps, where literally they will put in hundreds of miles a day.
Yeah, but as far as I mean, we're human, right?
Yes.
How do you maneuver that thing?
Well, there's a lot of peeing in the boat.
Well, I'm sure in what you take in, what you fuel your body as far as food, you got to work with yourself and know your body very well.
Absolutely. And the fitness level for a race like that is incredible. But I mean, you will have a support team. So what happens is your support crew is there. There will be waypoints where you come in, and
almost like in NASCAR where you have the guys ready to change a tire.
Well, quite literally, you will pull out their drinking system and put another in at the same time, and they're gone. Or like for me, I used to carry a backpack in front of me with all the different foods, and she would come in and she'd be like, grapes, I need grapes. And so like I'm just grabbing that, and so like a lot of times you'll see the paddlers like throw their stuff out of the canoe, and the support crew has to wade into the water and get it, and then you hop in your car and you drive another 14 miles down the road and wait at the next waypoint to see if they need your assist. So marathon canoe is a totally different beast.
For all the subscribers here at Vaha Vibes, I mean, this is just wonderful information that we're getting. Marathon paddling, changing. I mean, this is just awesome. You got to write a book on this.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, truthfully, you'll never see more interesting races than when you are sort of a support crew for a race. So the big open ocean outrigger canoe races where they do change outs, you can be on board the boat as a support crew, and you'll find that those people are doing the same thing, where that boat has to maneuver in front of the OC6, drop the people in the water, the canoe comes up next to those people, 2 people bail out, 2 people jump in, and within 4 seconds, they're gone.
Wow. Look, I even see some of our producers, like, they're just like, whoa, this is like crazy stuff what's happening. And thank you for sharing that thought, because it's not just me getting in a paddle board and just paddle my way. So much that goes into it on a mental basis, and how much is not just an individual sport. You need that sportsmanship, you need that team to support you, encourage you.
Definitely in distance races, there has to be a support crew. For instance, Stevie Boy just did the paddle for his brother, who unfortunately has passed away. And so he was paddling his boat back from his brother's boat back from Tahiti all the way to Bora Bora. Stevie, amazing. Steve Tejotata, 17 hours uninterrupted in the open ocean in a canoe. You do not get that level of fitness by accident.
I'm sure some folks here heard of David Goggins. I guess this could be the David Goggins of paddling. 17 hours?
17 hours. So for those of you contemplating an iron race,
that's it.
17 hours is your benchmark.
17 hours. Wow, incredible stuff. I can fly from Miami to Japan in 17 hours. This guy's paddling for 17 hours in the water. In just a few, I know we're going to be having some of the athletes that have competed in this course or have a trajectory of being involved in the sport to join us here and break down and let us know the experience that they had in the water, because as we've discussed, the wind gusts have played a major role here. Yes, it's beautiful what you see on camera, on screen, but when you're out there, we talked about it, it's almost like you're paddling on sand.
It feels like it sometimes. Listen, to have a face full of wind like we have today, it's really, really a serious thing. You need to have a fitness level, and you need to up your game into the wind. It's not the same as going downwind. When the wind is pushing you, when the waves and the current are pushing you, that's awesome. But going into the wind and being able to maintain your speed into that wind, that's when you know you have a fitness level that is ready for the challenge.
And I also want to give a shout out to our production team, Israel,
Absolutely.
Devin, Felipe, of course, Andre, the young lady, I didn't get your name here, but look, there's a lot of work that I wish we could turn the camera and show you guys all the stuff that they have to do, because yes, the paddlers out there, the athletes have had their challenges with the water because of the wind gusts, but these guys and women have had their challenges because of the wind. Flying that drone to get those beautiful shots,
yeah.
all right, you got to be a pro. I'm just not getting those little cars out there when I used to be a kid. And
No,
it
man.
takes a certain type of experience and knowledge to fly that drone and get it into gear. It takes a lot of experience, Scott, to get this thing going.
Well, listen, and hats off to the drone pilot, because quite frankly, today is a condition where to fly and to be sort of stationary the way they are and give you these shots, and these are some great shots. You see the skyline of Miami right now, beautiful shots of our competitors as they approach the buoy. You'll see a level of skill with the drone pilot and with our crew out in the boat. We've got a crew out in the boat also guiding our action here. Amazing paddling around that buoy. You've got a lot of there. This is the real story, folks.
Wow, incredible! Look at that buoy. Look at this, just moving around, man. Wow, man. I don't want to be just hanging out there right now. It's not the appropriate moment, and after just lounging around holding a margarita in that water, I don't want to be that person right there right now.
Not at all. So listen, today's a great day to be on a pleasure boat, to be paddling in this. It's a serious amount of work.
And I'm going to interrupt you guys because I'm going to bring here our purple belt sponsor, Cristiane Magri, representing Canalui. Canalui is our sponsor.
Hi, Cristiane. How are you? Welcome to the telecast. Thank you for joining us. Well, look, it's an incredible event that's happening today, and to sponsor with your company. Tell us about it. How'd you hear about it, and what inspired you to go ahead and participate in this great event?
Of course, and thank you for having us here. So I'm the head coach for Canalui, a rigger club in Miami, which is also home. The Miami Rowing Club is their home, and we're part of the community, right? So we want the sport to grow in Florida, and we do it by supporting each other. So that's what inspired the club to be part of this event.
Tell us a little history about your club. How long has it been here? How many people participate? What do I got to do? I'm in Miami. I'm watching this stuff for the first time. I'm motivated. I want to get in the water. What do I have to do?
Okay, so the club started back in 2004. Tim Streeter and John, they started back in Hawaii, and they decided to bring the sport to Florida. So 2004, I wasn't part of the club back then. I started in 2010. So since then, I've been part of the club and started coaching in 2017. We welcome any type of paddler. If you're a beginner, if you're advanced, we welcome anybody, because we want the sport to grow. Some people just want to go and have the view of the Miami skyline and have a good time. It's okay. We can accommodate that. But we also have competitive paddlers that want to go and race in Florida, in California, in Hawaii. So we welcome anybody.
What do I have to do? Do I need a craft? Do I need to invest money? What do I need to paint the picture for?
All right. So we do have an annual membership, semi-annual, and monthly membership, right? So you go to our website, canaluimiami.com. Send us an email. It comes to me. So
not sure, gentlemen. Can we put that on the bottom of the screen, or can we put? No, okay, it's fine. We're gonna put all the information on our social media, all that stuff, or in the chat. Maybe we can have someone out there write in the chat. We're gonna put all the information. If you're in Miami, or if you're visiting Miami, right? And I'm a paddler, I want to keep going. That's the information. You can go and sign up. So
yes, you have three free practices. If you love us and you want to join us, there you go. Then you pay your membership. But you can come 3 times, and it's like, well, maybe it's not for me. Then that's fine. You get the experience.
Who could say that?
Right.
I know, right? Yes. We all get hooked as soon as we get in there.
When I was getting into this research, I was just Googling it, right? And when you look at Tahiti, paddling is a thing to do. It's a tourist thing to do. Why not do the same in Miami?
Amen.
Right.
Exactly.
It's not about the nightclubs and the drinking and all of that stuff. It's about this beautiful stuff that we have. Well, Scott, we'll talk about that tonight at 10 p.m., Scott. Good thing your wife's not here.
Yeah,
but go ahead.
No, indeed. Like, why wouldn't you want to be on the ocean? Why wouldn't you want to be in the Miami Bay and look at the Miami skyline? manatees, dolphins.
Yes,
You know, you
yeah.
get all the sea life around here that you can enjoy during a sunrise, a sunset. It's just beautiful. Plus, you get an exercise out of it.
So what got you started in paddling?
What got me started? Oh, that's a long story, but
We got a lot of time.
After-
Knock yourself out.
no, after
No,
three
make it
knee
short.
after 3 knee surgeries playing soccer.
Okay.
You hear the story, Scott? Now
It's
we
the
hear the story,
it's
yeah.
the knees that always
It's the
brings the
knees.
paddlers to us.
I
I
decided
might
to
be
find
joining you there for that reason.
I decided to find a sport that wasn't heavy on the legs, right, on the knees, and I actually started with dragon boating, which is the
Yeah.
other sport.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's right.
with my company as a recreational, and then once I happened to have another surgery, I was like, you know what, maybe I should join. So I started dragon boating in 2009, and then I got introduced to outrigger canoeing as well. So then I started doing both for a long time until I just switched completely to outrigger.
So knowing that you've been out here all the time, because you row here pretty much, how many times a week do you row?
6.
6 times a week. So how does it make you feel to have a race like this in the same place that you practice every day? It must be exciting.
It's beautiful. We love it. We actually Canalui also organizes a race at the end of the year in November. So we know the struggles that that are going through. You know, like having a day like this, very windy, and having to adjust
Right.
the race course
Right.
and whatever. So it's beautiful, and to do it at our home is just. Hopefully it invites more people to join the sport.
And we've seen so many people from so many different parts of the world. I think it's our gentleman, Venezuela, Brazil,
Mexico.
Mexico. Look at
Yes.
that, Mexico. So many different parts, and it's so great.
Mexican
¿De qué parte
American.
de México?
Guadalajara.
Guadalajara. So, si están viendo que en México, pues, y tenemos a Israel también es de México también, ¿no?
Oh, there she is. All
Y
right.
mire, ya se acerca 5 de mayo, podemos celebrar un poco
Exacto.
antes, ¿no? Pues un saludo para todos los mexicanos que lo están viendo otra vez aquí de Baja Vibes. But such an incredible part because, again, it's a worldwide sport that's
Yes.
growing little by little. And with Andre Sosa and his production team and his group spreading the awareness is so beautiful out there. So I want to thank you so much for joining
Thank
us
you for
out
having
here
me.
Thank you.
and helping out this great production. Again, we're going to put all the information in the chat. We're also going to put it on the website and all the information. If you're in Miami and you happen to wake up very early and you want to go out for a jog, skip the jog, head out to the paddling here in the city of Miami. Contact this young lady. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Before you
Okay.
leave, Christian,
Yes.
when is the niche?
Niche Outrigger Challenge is November 2nd and 3rd.
There you go.
Beautiful.
So that's
Mark
a
it on
big
your
race
calendar.
coming up.
Go on
coming
Google
up.
Thank
right
you.
now, your Google
That's
calendar.
right.
Put that sucker
Sign
in there.
up right now.
Right
Yes.
here.
All right, right
Yeah.
here.
If you sign
Same
up
post.
today, you get $25 discount. So come find any Canalui member.
All right, Scott, I'll be
Okay.
back. I'm going to sign up.
All right, okay. See, there we go. That's 25 bucks in your pocket today.
25
Exactly.
bucks. 25 bucks goes a long
Come
way
on, let's go.
nowadays.
All
All right.
Thank you so
Maururu,
much.
mahalo.
Okay.
Cheers. Thanks so much. And
Thank
just
you
a
so
few-
much, Cristiane, for participating. And it's so important that what she said right now. This discount is no joke. It's a lot of money. And also organizing my first race, I see how important it is to make like a signing up. If you decide to sign up early, you give more time to the organizer to prepare a race to be nice for you. You know, don't leave to sign up on the last minute. On this race here today, we're not accepting registration on the day of the race. You know, for next year, guess what? We're gonna shorten up one day. The races start Saturday. The last day for registration is gonna be a Thursday, so it can give us time to prepare and do a nice event for a lot of you guys. It's a lot of work.
And
But
we have
Roman,
another guest coming on. as well.
now that we are talking, celebrating here the Latin culture, Mexican culture, we have a gentleman here from Venezuela.
Buena,
His
chavo,
name
¿cómo
is
estamos?
Charles Aris
I change my
Mendez.
accent depending on the person.
And Charles is the first man, the first athlete to cross the finish line, including first place on the first black belt paddle challenge.
Well, congratulations. You're going to go down the history books.
Thank you. Yes.
All right, the
that's
first and
the
most
point.
important part question. How was the water?
The water was it was choppy, really choppy. Even actually in the first turn over here going north. So yeah, I was usually doing like 11, close to 12k an hour. When you make up the
Okay.
turn right and go north, you could slow down 3-4k easily.
Yeah, for sure.
It was pretty choppy. choppy, 4-foot waves. My number got stripped out.
Wow.
It changed pretty quickly. The second turn was even worse.
Is this the first time that you face conditions like that, or have you faced worse?
I face similar conditions, yeah. But this is probably the one with the widest outside of anyone competing in Venezuela in the Caribbean. This has been the worst conditions.
So you mentioned
today.
in Venezuela, we talked, Scott and I here, we're talking about how the sport is growing. In Venezuela, a lot of folks out there practicing paddling.
Yes, it's dropped a lot. I started in the early 80s, like 82, 83, I was national champion there.
Oh, wonderful.
And then last year, 2023, we started again ocean racing now.
Okay.
I participate there again. I won. And now here I train with the Max squad with Lee McGregor up in Boca.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have a nice team there. And the sport over here has mellowed down a little bit. It's a lot more on K1 competitive wise. We got kids that go to the World Championships. They place like 8, 9. So
Doing the sprint table. We're doing the sprint.
Yeah. On surf ski is not that famous.
And again, we're just taking a
You're
look
going to change that.
Hopefully, we'll see. Probably some people get inspired. I don't know.
We're getting into roughly, I would say, about 40 minutes already in that long race.
Well, and they're coming back on the back stretch of the first lap here, so they're coming to the end of the basin. As you can see, we still have Va'a with skis, which shows you the conditioning and the speed of the Va'a. It is really, really a fast boat when paddled by an expert paddler.
Correct.
And again, we're talking to the gentleman, the first person to cross the line in the
That
history.
part over there, it's nuts because if you get close, very close to where they are, and there you can get the advantage of not getting the wind.
Yeah.
And then that's why they're breezing there. So, pretty cool.
But
Yeah,
you
very
paddled
nice
in these waters before. You're not a stranger to these, or are you?
I haven't competed
So
on
the
this
first
water.
time.
It's the first
Okay,
time.
so-
So for me,
so-
it was a lot. I struggled a lot out there with the boats. Where do we go? And all that.
Okay,
it was pretty challenging. It's really black belt.
So
stuff.
tell me about tell me about that. Being that the first time this is, you're not aware of this territory. Did you do your research? Did you look at it, or you just came in blindsided and say, let's see what happens?
No, I studied them up very much along. You have to do that, but you know that the conditions change, and at the last minute the conditions change, the route change, etc. So would you just trust the organizers, and the organization is great because all the boats that were out there were guiding you in the right way, and they didn't get in line, or they didn't allow you to drag them, etc. So it was really good because my strategy was probably get with the pack, and then we can go together. But then I just sprinted and went ahead. But I counted on them to make sure that everything was in the right place, and it was.
Very good,
really
very good. Well, we watched you. You took a big lead early, and you never let go. You never let go. It was beautiful to watch. You had a nice solid stroke, very smooth stroke through the whole race, and as you came across the line, you looked like you could have done it 3 more times.
Yeah, next year I'll do the 20K.
Okay, so when you started, the wind gusts, they started picking up little by little. When did you started to feel halfway, maybe a mile into? When did you start feeling that wind gust as waves started to pick up? And how did you adjust mentally or fixing your stroke?
Correct. So after the first lap, you notice the change right when you go up north, and then you say, okay, this is not going to be as easy as a breeze. And then once you started coming down here, your whole mindset changed. Now you guys started, and it was all like, okay, I just gotta, and like you were saying, I'm just ahead. I just gotta carry it and try to protect the lead, and then I gotta prepare mentally for that turn. Because once you get out there, the waves start hitting on your side. Everything changes. Everything changes, and up here it's nice, but over there it changes a lot. So you really have to prepare. Everything changes. The stroke, you go more for low strokes revolution instead of the long, nice, rhythm.
Scott, we're seeing some folks coming in right now.
Yes, we are. And look at that. So you can see the rating is increased here again. They're in this flatter water. They're trying to break away from one another. The pack has sort of split apart in the beginning here. We saw Tehotu go by a little bit earlier ago. I'm not sure who this is in this particular ski, but
yeah, I see now Chase, a local from Florida,
very good,
is leading the surf ski. Flavio Costa second place, Kiki De Boa third place, Eric Dean fourth place on the surf ski. On the first place, leading the V1 category, we have a very small. It's very. You can even say that is a leading because they're neck to neck. Hotu Poroi and Caio Tarafo.
Yeah, very good
And
paddler.
followed by very close by Manatea Baptupon in a blue canoe, blue and white
Listen,
canoe.
And I
No
think this is
surprise
Flavio,
there.
the one that we're seeing now in
In-
the screen. Very much comfortable.
He's
And you
not
can see
in-
now he's inside, so his rhythm is more,
Yeah.
classic.
Exactly.
This is how you want to roll. Once you get out there, it's
Now,
like,
now,
it's
now
like
on the
fun.
screen here we have a Hotu. The Tehotu was paddling. Now we see Chase Tehotu back
Oh,
on the
now
screen
it's-
right
Oh,
now
here we go.
Hey, this
with
is more
the
of a-
black surf ski and a white shirt.
Hey,
Uh,
guys, this is more of a quick, rapid stroke
Well,
compared to
so-
a long stroke, right?
so
why,
he's-
why do you use it in
Correct.
this instance?
Well, you want to maintain your equilibrium as much as you
Yeah,
can.
we
once
have to
once
remind
you're out
ourselves
there.
because we are looking the image with a little bit of delay.
Yes.
Correct.
We're a little bit of delay.
Sorry about
Two,
that.
3
Yes.
seconds, yeah. But
So
with
you
this
guys
stroke-
at home, you forgive us if you like saying the
It's
wrong
fine,
name,
you're
but it's
good.
because we're following by the delay of the television here right now.
But yeah, about the stroke, we saw it there. It was more quick, rapid instead of that long stroke.
Correct. And as long as you're out there, the further up you are, even inside, you still get the wind. So
Yes.
once you start going out there, you start getting the wind. The wind is on the side, so you want to go shorter because every time your paddle hits the water, that's a point of equilibrium for you. So
Yep.
and it depends on the style. I'm more of an ocean type of guy, so I do more low, etc. Some people that are more used to competition may still keep their elbows
their elbows
even
higher up.
higher.
Were there
up.
times that you found that the wind helped you out?
Oh yes, yes, and I try to do that. Even going up there, I try to go against and then try to catch it back a little bit, and then once I make the turn as well, I try to catch it back.
This competition, Scott, we've mentioned so many great names, folks from Tahiti, from Brazil. Did you get to speak to some of these individuals that are well known, that have this prestige, and did you get some knowledge, some tips from them?
I did, and some of it over there on the back, it was interesting. It says when you come back on the turn, watch out for the white line of the buoy because the buoy
yes.
is moving so much.
Yeah.
And the line supporting the buoy can get caught in your rudder.
In your rudder.
Right. So that was like the best tip because when I was coming around, I'm like, okay, you need to, usually you just want to like cut the buoy, be very short to it. No, because you can get stuck with the cable of the
Getting hung up in anchor lines and buoy lines, boat traffic, all of these sorts of things. You don't get that on land.
No. There's a lot, and there's a lot going through your head. It's amazing. You really have to be concentrated and trust that everything's gonna work out.
Well, and I mean, I think it's testimony to your skill because, as I say, you look totally in control the entire race. We watched you from on shore here, and again, you took the lead from the very beginning. We saw you through both laps. You were never going to give that lead up, and you just looked very calm. And I know as a paddler what it feels like to be in the boat, and you're exerting your uttermost, and your head is just about to explode with all the information coming in, but you looked 100% in control.
We
Thank
talk
you.
about the physical aspect, right? The strength, the endurance, but how about that mental thing? That breathing technique. Tell me about that, because that's going to be something very significant.
Correct. So halfway. So at the beginning, like you say, I started. That's where you do less breathing, and then after that, I said, okay, this is now just gonna keep my rhythm, try to breathe, etc., and then save it again for when you're out there and you start hitting the waves. Because in the waves, sometimes you just gotta
Just brace.
race, etc. So and then the second one was more. It was all management of the rhythm, the heart rate, and the breathing.
Just
And once you're in the lead, you can afford to do that.
Yes.
Just like in running, do you tend to test yourself when you're training with heart monitors or trying to check out your pulse,
Yeah.
anything of that sort? Do you do that at your end?
Yeah, I do. I have a band
Fitbit or
and monitor,
something like that?
and then I usually always try to when I train, use always drag. So golf balls, tennis balls.
Oh, very good.
Around the
Doing
the
a little resistance training.
Yeah, a lot of resistance training.
So some people use the tennis balls. Some people will actually hook PVC pipe under their boats, and you'll see some of the bigger paddlers. They're using pipe like this. There's no joke to drag some of that resistance.
Yeah.
So
We got another book. We just had there that screen there, some paddling that's going
And
on.
we have comments. We have comments
Oh,
here
read it,
from
read it.
Marina Del Rey. I'm
Go
going to
ahead,
read it
read
for
it
you.
off.
From Tiago Giacomelli, my friend Tiago Giacomelli.
All right.
He just sent me a message. Good job, guys. Next year, I'm in.
oh, very good, very good. Welcome, Tiago.
This could be like the Super Bowl of paddling here in South Florida. Like I said, we got the F1 next week. This could be the lead-in to the F1, but on the water. Exactly. You know, that's the important part.
Yeah, you got a lot of very fast people here.
Yes, you do.
The people that are racing today are very, very fast.
No,
this gentleman is just taking a little break. I think he's probably eating something or a snack or what's happening here.
He's taking a little bit of protein in. What you notice? Oh, he's still okay. Now he's back in. It's only going to be 2 or 3 strokes, and he goes back in. You don't want to waste time, especially if you have people coming up your tailpipe. It's really, really important to keep your inertia going in the boat, to keep your momentum going. You don't want to go dead stop in the water.
This is quite amazing stuff.
He chose to do it when the wind is in the back.
Yes.
Right?
So that's key, right? When is it that in the weather conditions like this, when is it that you take that break?
You want to take advantage of the wind so that you don't break that inertia, because otherwise, it's much harder. And then that second start again is going to affect again. If you do it too often, then the start is energy that's unnecessarily wasted.
Yep.
And again, for all those folks, like if you're watching in Venezuela or in South Florida and in Venezuela, and you got a compatriot, un compatriota, give him a shout out here. We love to give your comments. I know they're coming in. Let us know where you are watching the broadcast. We have the first person to cross the line in the history of the Black Belt Paddle Challenge. He's going down in history.
Thank you.
We got to put this guy in the Hall of Fame.
That's right.
This guy deserves it. He's gonna go into history books. So let us know where you're watching. Y si hablan solo español, pero porque la verdad que el lenguaje no importa. Es la competencia que vale, ¿no?
El espíritu deportivo, claro.
And as we keep going, send in those comments. Let us know where you're going. And how often do you train? How was your training regimen?
Actually, 4 or 5 days a week.
There you go.
So usually from Sunday to Thursday.
Wow.
You take off Friday.
And when it comes to the training, of course, you're putting in the endurance or exercising. How about the nutrition?
The nutrition is very important, but I have a great wife that takes care of all
Give her a shot. You got brownie points for that one.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, the nutrition is important.
Do you have an Instagram page? Maybe people want to give a shout out so people can follow you for your training techniques.
Charles Arismendi. It's easy, just my full name.
Very good.
Charles Arismendi.
Charles, thank
Charles,
you so much. I know
pleasure.
you want to
Thank
enjoy
you.
the rest of the afternoon.
Congratulations.
Enjoy it now. You don't have to be competition. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Charles.
All right.
Thanks so much. Well, Scott, again, this is the long race. We're going in, I would say roughly a good close to an hour already.
Well, and actually we still see paddlers coming around the corner here, but we're well into the second half of the race now. Again, these paddlers are battling the conditions that Charles just talked about, side wave conditions out there. All of these paddlers are in that condition much longer than the first race. So it's going to take a toll on your endurance. It's going to take a toll on your mental capacity. You have to be collected because, as he said, you know what's coming the second time around. Yeah. You know that you've got to go out there and go to battle. So, and now I see coming on in.
Now, man, I'm going to bring you guys here. One of my, if he's not my best friend from Tahiti, Kiki De Boa. It's a pleasure to have you here. He's the father of the Roto De Boa and Taroa De Boa.
Heard so much about you.
Kiki De Boa, he's the president of the Tahitian Paddle too. It's a man that can talk a lot of the Polynesian culture.
Mr. Kiki, thanks so much. I mean, Scott, you told me a little bit about it, but we're going to hear from the horse's mouth himself. First and foremost, how does it feel to come out here to Miami, seeing this great race in South Florida?
Yes, it's the first time I come here, and it's not the last time. We come next year. It's really, I confirm, it's really nice, Miami, and all the people here, and the organization is very professional.
So Kiki, you have your own race, the Taoroa race. Yes. Tell us a little bit about that race.
Taoroa race, we begins on 2012, and now this race go crescendo, and we begin with 50 paddlers, and this year 400 paddlers.
400 paddlers.
Wow.
400 paddlers.
Yes.
How long a course?
For the open man to 22 kilometers.
22 kilometers.
Yes, and we make the races for the woman 12 kilometers.
Okay.
And for the kids 7 year 1 kilometer and a half.
Okay.
And for the kid 12 the double 3 kilometers, and the 14 5-6 kilometers.
Now, I've been to Kiki's club, to where his school is. Literally 1,000 canoes.
Wow.
It seems like 1,000 canoes. Six-man canoes, 8-man canoes, single one, all sorts of canoes. But we have the cadet, the older kids, the high school team. The high school has a team. It's a community organization. It's all thanks to Kiki De Boa.
Yes, we have two V2, V3, and this next year we order V4.
V4.
Yes.
Tell us the difference of that.
The difference when you are only 2 person, you can go training. If you are 3 person, you use the V3, and 4 because some people don't have 6 person in the V6. It's for that.
Okay. So it's for that. It's for the organization that doesn't have a lot of people, and so if you can't find, and it's a problem here too. Sometimes you want to run a practice, you can't find 6 people, but if you have a 4-person canoe, you can go out and it's not as heavy. It's not as heavy.
And
do they surf? Do they go out in the waves and surf?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, with my son. Yes.
Oh yes.
the person that does both sports, the surfing and the paddling, is there an advantage to that?
Yeah, for
How
sure.
so?
Well, surfers have a lot of upper body strength. They're very fit condition-wise. They're used to being in the water. They're definitely water people, and so they understand what it is to be up on a wave and have the feeling of the wave pull you along. So it's just a matter of understanding paddle mechanics. It's not the overhand stroke, but it is definitely. There's going to be a learning curve there, but it's not a huge learning curve.
We created the club Tahitian Paddle on 2009.
2009
Yes.
is when you founded it.
We were 20 members.
Wow.
Now 270 members.
Wow.
It's
wow.
amazing.
Wow.
It's an amazing club.
And Mr. Kiki, as Scott has been telling me here, it seems that the folks in Tahiti, they learn how to paddle before they put on their first diaper. Tell us about that, the importance, and this being your national sport.
Yes. This sport is on our culture, and the tradition Tahiti is the Ba'a. We call it Ba'a, and now every month we have 4 races in a month. Every weekend we have a competition race.
And it's not just Tahiti, it's other islands too.
Yes, except other island, but in Tahiti, 4 races 1 month.
That's amazing.
Wow,
Yes.
that is great.
And the end of the season is the Hawaii Kinui.
Yes.
Which is the big major event.
The big open ocean island to island race.
Yes.
So that's a race. I got to experience that race last year. An amazing race. Like conditions that I've never been in before. Big open ocean waves, and these crews they're Aito. They are the champions. And so to see them go out, put themselves on the line in big conditions like that. But your race is the first race of the season.
Yes,
Yes.
yes. We begin the season by the Taro race, the race V1, and we close the season by the Hawaii Kinui, the V6.
V6. So going from single boats at the beginning of the season to team boats at the end of the season.
And Scott, I mean, it's an honor to have Mr. Kiki here. If you
Yes.
folks out there watching around the world have any questions for Mr. Kiki, please do so. Write it in the comment box, and we'll go ahead and ask that question for you here, because it's a prestige to have this gentleman all the way from Tahiti joining us here in the United States. First time being here.
Yes.
You're enjoying. I mean, I'm jealous of your beautiful water and sun that you have. But are you liking our stuff too?
Yes, yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
How
Very
about our
good.
food?
It's the same.
How about the food? Have you enjoyed the food? Is there a particular food that you like?
Delicious.
Which is your favorite
food.
one?
All food, all food.
All of it. Doesn't matter.
We had some good fish the other night. We had some really good fish. It was on the reef.
The poisson cru.
Yes, poisson cru.
So Mr. Kiki, with this being again just a one of many, and we talk about the history about the sport. I see. Do we have some comments coming in yet for Mr. Kiki? Okay, let's go ahead. We're going to read it off here. Just bear with us. This is live broadcast, but some of the questions that are coming in, and Mr. Kiki, it's really awesome. It actually gave me pretty chills here, goosebumps, that all these people around the world are tuning in to paddling. You know, watching this broadcast. It's pretty cool, pretty awesome to see
It's
so
true.
many folks all
true.
over the world.
We have people in England watching right now.
In the UK, I'm sure you've been from your country to watch your national sport make its way to what we're seeing right now. People from all over the world. It must be something awesome for you. Something exciting for you to see all these
Is it
folks.
good for
Awareness.
you to have paddle sport here in Miami? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
okay,
yes.
okay. All right, let's see here. Wow. Is that we have so much? Bear with me here. I'm going to try to pick up here. Okay. Wind, and listen, I know that we're having some issues here with the wind, but that's Mother Nature. We
Yes.
can't do nothing about it. We're just doing our best. They are very challenging. Now, how long, okay, I guess this is a question for us, right? How long did it take to come to Miami? Do you see it? So, do you see it now? Of course, you've been only small time here. You arrived, what, a couple of days in
You've been here
Miami?
how many days?
Yeah.
How many days here?
Here, 7 days.
Okay.
What have you seen from the paddlers that you've met here? What have you taken from them?
How do you like the paddlers
Yeah.
here?
Yes. I don't. What?
Do you think the Ramura here are good?
Yes. It's the same, eh?
Yeah.
But yes, it's the same. Now, all paddler need to make more training.
Yes. Yeah, that's true everywhere.
One thing, one advice that you would tell them that they should do to better in their paddling?
Practice, morning, midday, evening practice. Make many kilometers on the arm and to the head. Is very the mentality. If you want, all is like all sport. If you don't win, you can.
Absolutely, Mr. Kiki, and again, they're all coming in little by little here from all over the world. Wow, I mean, we're getting comments. It's just quite amazing here. Now, we talk about baseball, we talk about football. I'm just thinking about baseball right now. The Red Sox and the Yankees.
Sure.
Who are your rivals?
Who?
I know who it is, but I want you to say it.
What teams do you look at and you think, oh, that's our competition? Who is your competition?
What teams?
Yeah, like if you have a team at Heva, who is your main competition at Heva?
Shell.
Oh, Shell.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
they're the team to beat.
Okay.
They're the team to beat the Shell.
Well, you're aiming high.
Mr. Kiki, I want to thank you so much. I know you're busy. You want to check out everything out there. Welcome to Miami. Bienvenidos. We hope to
Yes.
see you again very, very soon. thank you for your presence here. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you for...
Maruru.
Okay.
What exactly is that? Explain it to us.
That means maruru means thank you. Maruru roa means thank you very much.
I'm telling you, I'm going to have to be like several languages by the end of the day of some of the stuff I've learned.
There you go.
Mr. Kiki, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon, all right? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely great stuff coming here in South Florida. I know we've been getting some comments about the wind. We're doing our best to just keep at it. But Scott, hey, it's Mother Nature.
Yep.
In fact, right above us, we can't see it here, but right above us we have a dark cloud.
Oh yeah, it's gonna rain.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but yeah, it's gonna rain any minute now. You and I, we live here in Florida.
It rains.
It rains.
It's Florida.
Yeah, I can be looking north, and on my west side is dry, and on the east side is all wet.
Yep.
That's just how it is in South Florida if you haven't been in. So this is where it's going to get interesting, because when those clouds are moving, that means that the wind is picking up even more, and then the rain is coming.
And we're feeling a downdraft right now, right out of this dark cloud over top of us. It's actually gotten noticeably cooler.
Yep.
I mean, it's kind of remarkable that we're standing here in April in South Florida, and I'm thinking, oh, it's getting a little bit cooler.
It's weird.
It's a strange
It
phenomenon.
is.
It's been a little bit cool for us this
entire year.
This
Beginning of the year.
And actually, at this time of year, these sorts of winds are not so prevalent.
Right.
This is a winter pattern that we're seeing right here. So this heavy easterly wind that we're experiencing, the overcast, the downdraft, that's not normal. Ordinarily, it would be very, very flat, hot.
Maybe a little humidity coming in there.
Quite a bit of humidity. So like it's, I'll say it, no joke, you have to hydrate when you paddle in South Florida. Even on a day like today, you're exhaling a lot of your liquids, and so like, yes, it's cooler for sure, but you're still exhaling all that liquid. You have to hydrate during the race. You have to make sure that you've got adequate nutrition in,
electrolytes. You don't want to pull off cramps, anything like that.
100%. So like you'll put something like a Scratch or a Gatorade or something into your drinking system, and you're going to put that in because you're exuding that, you are excreting that. So
Andre, we have another guest coming up on his way.
Yeah, we have the two girls that won the OC2 division, the females, Jack and Gabby.
All right. Welcome.
Gabby, miss, we'll work along.
Hi, nice
I know you don't have. Hello.
Jacqueline Mon.
Hello, Miss Jack. Nice to meet you. We'll
Pleasure.
make our way in here. Yeah, make your way in here. Work with us here. It's the beauty of live broadcasts here. Tell us the experience. You guys were out there, ladies. Experience out there, that weather, that gust, the water. How did it feel? Any blisters? Anything in your hands? Anything? I see some. I didn't want to say anything about that, but if we can get a close up of the bruises, what happened here? These bruises.
This actually was this week, getting ready for this race.
Look at that.
And
before.
the wind was pretty heavy, and my OC1, it was about to either blown away or on my shoulder, so I decided it would stay on my shoulder instead of being blown away. This is actually our first race on OC.
We heard you're dragon boaters, right?
We are dragon boaters.
So let's give a shout out to your local team. What's your team?
Right.
Puff!
Oh, Puff, my old team, Puff. That's fantastic. All right, congratulations. Say hi to Mark for me.
Yeah, I will. He's actually in Tampa right now.
Yeah, I know. So how do you like the difference between dragon boating, which is a very, very short discipline in terms of distance, in terms of like 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Now you've done a 7-mile race. How do you feel?
Feels good.
Yeah?
I think it's...
Also with our puff training, we do Tuesday nights before like 7 months, right? Like 7 months on Tuesday nights.
Okay.
With a puff.
Okay.
So it felt good.
Very good.
Yeah.
I think it's a great thing that we can actually combine both sports. I call them cousin sports because I think that one feeds the other, and you get better at it.
Yes.
And I'm absolutely sure that what actually helped us to get what we got today was our training on the dragon boat, aside of the fact that we have been paddling together.
Very good. Well,
that.
I was watching you come across down the backstretch here, and then across the line. You look very smooth, and you have that timing. Dragon boaters have generally very good timing. So you're what, a righty and you're a lefty, or which is
lefty.
you're the lefty.
I'm the righty.
Yeah, you're the righty. Okay, but you have to switch in this sport. So like, how did you find that for you as dragon boaters? Was it harder for you to like overcome the switching, or it's just become sort of a natural thing? How long have you been paddling OC?
Well, I've been doing it for quite a while, but to be more consistent, I just started recently when I started getting ready for this race.
Okay.
And the difference for me is my right side is my stronger side,
Yes,
but then my ama was on my left side,
Yes.
and I did not want to hold it. So I couldn't really give my strongest right
Okay.
because I wanted to maintain the boat going. But I think that the fact that we were both combining and her stronger side is the left, mine's the right, so that worked beautifully. So
Very good.
we were able to really combine both of our efforts and our energy in a beautiful way.
Excellent. Well, I mean, as I say, looked very smooth
Thank
as
you.
as you were coming across the line. Obviously, you were doing something right because you came across first.
Now, you said you guys started off with dragon boat racing, but what got you to get involved into water sports? What was your motivation behind it, your inspiration?
Do you want me to tell you the truth?
Please do.
15 years ago, I came to this building. I stood outside here. I looked to the water, and I said, "Oh wow, who could be doing that?" Time passed,
Sure.
life took place, and then now I'm here.
How about yourself?
Okay.
Me, about a year and a half ago, my neighbor, she actually was in Puff.
Uh-huh.
She saw me in the gym rowing. She said, "Hey, why don't you try Puff?" You know, I came here on a Sunday morning, and I love the water. I love everything about the ocean. I fell in love with it.
You know, I ask these questions because you hear so many paddlers. I remember covering a story for the Dragon Boat, the ladies who had breast cancer who get together, and that's their motivation while they're going through this troublesome situation, and that's the thing that gets them motivated. And they all help each other. So it's such a beautiful thing as a community, helping each other, man and woman, coming together, paddling, challenging themselves physically and mentally. Such a beautiful
I
thing.
think
Well,
it's a great team. I mean, Puff, the members, it's awesome.
Yeah, it is a very good team. One of the strongest dragon boat teams in Florida, if not in the nation. So it's a very good team to be a part of. for sure.
And we talked about it earlier on with, just not long ago, the government came out and say that loneliness, right, is one of the things that's targeting, especially folks at a certain age. If you feel alone, man, if you're going through something, this is your way to come and make some friends, get together, and you're going to beat that. Look at these young ladies right here. They're coming in, they're getting strong and helping each other physically and mentally, and you build a family, building that awareness, coming together, and it's such an awesome thing.
Yep.
It surely is. So what's next for you guys? Are you guys compete? Are you guys going to keep on practicing, rowing? What's going on?
Oh, the
This
niche.
doesn't never
That's
stop.
that's in the fall, right? That's
This
in the fall.
doesn't stop.
That's November.
This is just the beginning.
Well, it's a good beginning, I would say. Very good start. Very good start.
Thank you.
Well, what would you say to somebody who is interested in trying this out? They see it, they're kind of curious, and who should they contact?
Well, they should look online to the different teams that they're set here. We have Puff Dragon, we have Kanalui, we have Hui. There's different teams here, and they're all wonderful. And don't think about it twice. I believe this is the type of sport that either you love it or it's not for you.
Yeah,
I
I
had
agree
no
with that.
questions. The moment I tried, I had no questions left. I was like, that's it. This is it. This is me.
Sunday mornings, 9:30, Puff has beginner class.
There you go.
And
Sunday mornings at
everybody
9:30.
Just show up. It's only $5. Everything is provided.
Can't be $5. Look at
You
that.
got your pen,
$5.
You got your life vest, you got the boat.
It's cheaper than gas.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I'm not making a joke out of that. It's true. No, loud. It's true. Hey, think about. So we talk about that this is low impact, but have you faced some injuries? Have you faced something physically?
I think that like any other sport,
Yeah.
you learn to listen to your body.
Yeah.
Like last year, I had to be out of the water for 6 months because I had shoulder issues. But then you compensate, you heal, and then you get back on it. So it's just a process. It's a life.
There's a technique, you know,
Yeah.
if you don't do the right technique, you can get hurt.
Yep.
Right. With anything goes this technique. And as you stated, if you're coming in at the beginner, they're going to teach you that because you don't want to be that person and just start paddling quick and then you're going to risk an injury.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you have the proper support from teams like these young ladies. They will teach you and tell you, hey, this is not the way to do it. Don't force yourself. There's a technique to it, and to be that smooth stroke that you're not going to hurt yourself, but you're going to get that benefit of your physical health.
Absolutely.
Well,
Yep.
and clearly you've got good technique. So,
I don't know.
well, you don't come across the line first with bad technique. So I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna put it out there. You've got a good technique, and you just keep doing what you're doing because it was very impressive, very smooth.
Well, ladies, go celebrate! Congratulations! All right.
Congratulations.
Welcome.
All
Have a
right.
good rest of the. We'll make it up. We'll make it up somehow, some way. Hey, thanks for participating. We'll see you next time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Scott, man, I'm telling you, every time that we meet, just cool. And we're getting wet. We're gonna have to adjust
We're gonna
here.
step inside here.
Yeah,
a
we're
little
gonna
bit.
step inside. Maybe that even helps with the. No, we gotta move in a little more.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because it's almost like when they had a. We're gonna step just aside here for a bit. We're adjusting ourselves, so bear with us because the water is coming.
Yeah.
It's not rampant, but it's a little wet, right? We don't want to get wet here.
It's all right.
It's okay. We'll adapt.
We'll dry
adapt.
out. We'll dry out.
Adapt or perish. That's what they say.
Very good.
But Scott, just quite interesting stories from some of the competitors, from men and women of all ages, from all different parts of the country.
Exactly.
And it goes to show you that this sport, anyone can do it. Doesn't matter the age, doesn't matter where you're from. If you're even experiencing an injury, maybe this is what can make you continue on that exercise that can help you out to reach the limits that you need to do to better yourself as a person, both mentally and physically.
And as we said earlier, even para-athletes, even people with serious physical capabilities that they need to sort of overcome, this is a great sport for them. It's so low impact, it's cardiovascular, it does get you out into the environment in a way that very few other activities do. Bicycling probably is the closest thing. But I mean, the earth is not sort of like moving up and down, up and down. All right.
I know we have more guests. Just out of coincidence, but with the commissioner still here, he's already gone.
He already went. He started the race, the first race, and he was very excited. And
next time we'll get him on board.
Well, we have now Marion here. Is another dragon boat.
Hello, man. By the way, I'm loving the black medal. That's exactly what we wanted to show off. Come on in, join us here in the center. Make yourself at home.
How are you?
This is the one that I like the most. Can I get one of these? Do you have an extra spare one? Because I love this thing, man.
So, Marianne, you were the first finisher in what craft?
I was not a first in anything.
No?
I think I came in third.
Okay, very good. So third in OC1. Tell us about your experience as in the conditions. How was it?
Conditions were challenging. Even the downwind wasn't easy to surf because the canyon was blue on me.
Okay, so you were dealing with side wind conditions.
Yeah, it was and then the third was tough one.
Yes. Yes.
We survived, just had to focus.
If you don't mind, I think maybe this is because we're not hearing you. Bear with us here. Maybe now, perhaps maybe now it's working now. If you could just bear with us here. This minute right here. 1 second here.
Let me give you.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and check this out. I think now we're good. I think we're good now.
Okay.
I think we're good. Did we test that out? I think it was probably off. Yep. Here you go, Scott.
Thank you.
Now listen, we adapt here. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
We'll make it happen. And again, if you guys are tuning in for the first time on our channel, make sure you write those comments. I don't know how we're doing those comments. If we have some comments, feel free to bring them along. We have folks from all over the world watching us, from the UK, from Brazil. Where am I missing? Of course, on the other side of Florida, the west coast of Florida.
We have people from actually the west coast of Florida, the west coast of the United States.
Yeah.
We had some people from Marina Del Rey tuning in earlier. So you're worldwide live, Maria.
Yeah.
It's not the time to be stage fright.
That's
Because
right.
you missed that part.
It's too late for that.
So no pressure here, but millions of people are watching.
But we ask everyone here about the weather conditions, and I'm not sure if you can see in the backdrop, but it's very gloomy, very grayish, and it's because the rain is coming down on these paddlers as we speak.
It's actually typical of Florida. if you want the weather to change, just wait for 5 minutes, because it's that sort of situation here. We've got it is a little overcast. I can see as we look back out over the city of Miami that there is actually some serious downpour out in the open bay. So that's going to sort of take its toll. If you're wearing sunglasses, it's going to make visibility tough. But the wind has actually died down a little bit.
I'm saying maybe I'm not a meteorologist here, but maybe the rain has to help with that.
Perhaps.
Something like that.
Perhaps.
I guess, I don't know.
So you were
Somebody
lucky
Google
enough
that,
to
right?
have a face full of wind, Marianne.
Yeah.
So tell us about your training. You train both outrigger and dragon boat, is that correct?
Well, I kind of do, not enough of either one, but yeah, that's what I do. I train both.
So how little training are you doing a week? Let's hear what not enough sounds like. What are you doing? What are you doing?
A month?
A month?
Wait a minute. So you just started 1 month ago?
No.
Oh, okay. You've been training for this 1 month. Okay.
No, I don't have a chance to go out on the OC much, so
Right.
maybe once a month I do.
Okay.
Wow, but you're still here and you competed.
Exactly.
That's awesome. And you know what? I want to piggyback with that, because Jen, who's watching that right now, she said, when did she get into it? She's inspiring. So you young lady are inspiring other young ladies to compete in this sport.
I love it.
So that is pretty quite cool. And we talked about bringing the community together, this bond, right, between everyone, man and woman, and despite the age. So when did you get it? What was your journey? How did it start?
Well, similar to the other two young ladies before me.
Yeah.
Started dragon boating. A friend of mine, Esther,
Ah, yes.
out there.
Yes.
Yeah, got me into it, and I started dragon boating, and obviously when you dragon boat, you're exposed to the outrigger community right away. So it's like a little.
And where are you originally from?
It's a gateway drug.
And where are you originally from?
From Hungary.
From Hungary. Look at that. Look how cool. Maybe you could take that to your native country and show some paddling out there. Is it popular out there?
It is, but well, kayak.
Kayak, right.
Yeah, and outrigger.
It's like it's like a distance cousin of it, right?
Yeah, no, it's very much so. Yeah, so yeah, I'm from a paddling nation, but I never paddled when I lived in Hungary. So yeah.
That is just awesome. Again, keep those comments coming here on YouTube, where we're getting, and people are just saying here, look, Nestor, very challenging conditions, especially the long distance course, and the course is going as we speak. We're bringing in these great guests, these folks that have competed in that short race, but the long one is going. We're about, I would say, a little more than an hour, but about 1 hour and 20 roughly.
For sure, but I believe that our top competitors are already making their way back in the second lap.
They should be coming around.
Absolutely. So, I mean, you saw the amazing competition in the skis. You saw the amazing competition with the Tahitian V1s. They're going to be coming across very shortly, and it's a remarkable day to have such skilled and amazing paddlers here. For sure.
If you were to give an advice to someone that I'm thinking after watching this to get into paddling for a young lady, but something is holding them back, what would you tell them to encourage them to say, hey, forget the fear, get in the water and start paddling?
That's exactly it. Just do it. Nothing to it. Just get on a canoe and do it. Nothing bad's gonna happen to you. You saw the two ladies before me.
Yeah.
She was like shining. This is it. Just gotta do it. Get on a canoe
and by the way, Peter, yes, we got the sound going. Mother Nature is cooperating. We also got to give some shout out to our shelter here. But thanks for watching. Again, let us know where you're watching. We have folks from all over the world. We want to give you a shout out, and we want to give thanks for you to coming out here. Any last comments you'd like to share for everyone watching out the broadcast?
Thank you for watching.
That's great.
You can't get any better than that.
No, we can't ask for any more than that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Alrighty.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. That is awesome, Steve. These great stories, man, that we just hear, just quite amazing stuff. The comments are just coming more and more, and what I'm loving is the bond, right?
Yep.
How you're able to get these people together and encourage each other to join paddling. Maybe it's the first time that they hear this sport. Maybe they were just on YouTube Googling it the first day they showed up, and they're like, "What the heck is this?"
Right.
And maybe we just got some new people that are joining paddling.
Well,
heck, you convinced me.
Well,
I'm gonna have to come out with you. I know you're trying to get me to do this stuff, but I will. I promise you.
Then it was worth it to come out today and do this commentary with you, because we've got another amazing guest coming in here.
We have another amazing guest, Ana Garcia.
Ana
Hello,
Garcia.
Ana. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hey, Scott.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you, Ana. Come on in here.
Coming right here into the side. Yep.
So tell us about your race today. What craft were you in?
I was not racing today. I'm injured.
Oh,
you're injured.
no.
Okay, so what injury did you have? What the hip?
Hip injury.
Oh, the hip injury. Okay.
Overdoing it, between.
Okay, so that's
water.
something important, because look, I'm an athlete myself recreationally, right? And we're stubborn. Just this week I injured my knee and I wanted to go in and fight, but whatever. I told myself no. So when is it that you stop being stubborn and tell yourself, all right, I cannot do this? And that's a challenge in itself.
It is a very, very hard challenge. I was injured. I was told not to do it, but I still did it.
Oh,
anyway.
you did it anyway.
I did it every weekend for the last 6
Is that
weeks.
heart of a champion?
That's
Until
right.
they said, okay, you're not getting any better. It's getting worse. So now you really need to give it a break. So
But you
here I
actually
am.
have people on the water, I know. So who's on the water from your family right now?
Well, my son did the first race, and my husband. On the water right now are all my friends that we paddle with.
Very good.
Every weekend, both surf ski and OC1.
And what's your home club? Or do you have a home club now? You're just a disorganized group of...
Kind of a disorganized group of paddlers. Yes and no.
Okay.
We still paddle with Florida Paddle Hui
Okay.
on the outriggers. But mainly lately it's been more surf ski for myself. The last year I fell in love with surf ski.
Well, you said that your son competed. I mean, that's awesome to bring in and share that time with your son on the water. Tell me about that, right? It's not just being home or watching a movie. You're out there together doing something that's both beneficial for mental and physical.
Yeah, my kids have been doing water sports since they were probably about 8 and 10. We came from a surfing background.
Yes.
So
Anna's being a little modest here.
Okay.
She's quite a surfer, a stand-up paddleboarder.
Is that right?
yeah, we went from surfing to transition to paddle surfing to stand-up paddleboarding. The 4 of us, the whole family. My kids were sponsored by Riviera, back then King's Paddleboards out of California. This goes way back, and now we just do it because it's a love of the water, it's a love of surfing. And last year I took on surf ski just because I wanted to learn a new craft, and I love it.
I'm glad.
It's always a challenge. It's great paddling with Pam.
Yes.
Because she's amazing and she always has some good tips for me and for everyone else. So we're out here, we paddle right out of here every weekend, every Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now we're seeing that wane just because
we have a finish coming in.
Oh, we got a finish coming in. We're going to get that shot right now.
Yeah,
Let's see who that person is. Make sure you jot this down. You can see the folks right now wearing in. He's coming, approaching the finish line, ladies and gentlemen. Put this on the record. We got the first finisher of the long race, about 10 miles. There he is. Scott, this must be awesome.
This is awesome. Look at that. And of course, it's a surf ski coming across first.
And Anna can tell you that this is Chase, the local paddler. I think it was Chase here from Fort Lauderdale, if I'm not mistaken. He's finished, and he's being followed for Flavio Costa, another local surf ski guy here from Florida.
I don't recognize Flavio because he doesn't have his Pepto-Bismol pink surf
No,
ski.
second place is Tehoto De Boa.
Tehoto De Boa has
Tehoto De Boa finishing second.
Yeah, we're going nuts out here. Definitely. And listen,
Tehoto.
the rain, the excitement is going on.
Wow.
Second person to cross the finish.
Tehoto De Boa, representing Tahiti, finished the second place. And here you see Flavio Costa finish.
Let me know about here, the third place.
I believe that this is Flavio Costa in the third place.
Flavio is a long-term.
I'm not sure. This is not official results. It's just a guess. It looks like Flavio.
So Andre, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that the first person to cross the finish line in the long race was a local paddler.
If I'm not
Tahitian.
mistaken, this is not extra-official, not official results. We cannot be committed to be say as official results is only there in the finish line with the officials for the race. But looking from here, looked like was a paddler from Florida.
Oh, now here come the first of.
And now we have a battle here for the V1s. We have Kyle Tarafo battling with the Hotu Poroi.
Two champion V1 paddlers coming all the way from Tahiti. Look at that, and you can see still the power. Look at the water coming off.
And Kyle Tarafo is gonna be the winner, the champion of the first black belt paddler on a V1 Open Division. Kyle Tarafo.
They withstood the challenges, the weather conditions, the water, the wind gusts. It didn't matter. They
Second place, Hotu Poroi.
Not too far behind the surf skis. That shows you the quality of their athleticism, the quality of their paddling. Generally speaking, surf skis are well ahead of the OCs and the V1s. These are world champion quality caliber paddlers that have come here to race in Miami. You can come here next year, Black Belt Paddler Challenge, 1 year from now, be on the start line with the same kind of quality paddlers that you're seeing here today.
Yeah, we don't have the official timing on that, but I got to tell you, and we have another one. Andre, go ahead.
Oh, I believe that may be McGregor.
Okay.
Lee McGregor.
Another local paddler.
No, this is a living legend of the sport.
Yes.
This is Lee McGregor, a living legend of the sport. This guy, he beat Greg Barton in Finland Vodka in, I think, in the late 90s. This guy is a living legend. When I saw his name in the registration.
And this is, I believe, Eric Dean coming across?
Yeah, exactly, Eric Dean. Eric Dean, third place, I think, would be surf ski. Yes. No, fourth place surf ski open. Lee McGregor was in a master division.
Now we'll get some times. I know the dates, the time will be updated very soon on the website. I'm looking forward to that, Andre, and Scott and Hannah. But I'm looking forward to that because that is absolutely cool to see after withstanding the weather conditions. It's raining right now as we speak. And then adding out the waves, adding in the wind, so many obstacles in the way. They withstood any hardship, and here we are. They finish off the course. Kudos, and even for the ones that remain in the back, right? Because they're still in it. They're not quitting.
They are not quitting. They are not quitting, and that's, I think, an important point to make here. Yes, we are going to appreciate the champions for who they are and their effort, but we also appreciate the people who are in the middle of the pack and at the end of the pack. They're putting in the same amount of effort. They're doing the same distance. They may not be doing it as fast, but they're doing the best of their ability. So we have to, our hat is off to them, because that is what makes this sport great, is we understand that it is a family sport. We are all of the paddle family, and because of that, we want to highlight their efforts. So that the person who comes across last, just as much effort.
Hey, the rain is pouring. We have another contestant coming in.
Manatea Bob Dupont.
Conditions are definitely getting worse.
It's pouring right now.
But you can see, look at him go. He's got a ton of energy coming across the line right there.
And look, I've paddled, but I haven't been paddling in this condition. I ran in this condition, and I can tell you that the breathing changes because of that rain. Tell me about that, guys.
This was third place of the V1 Open Division. Third place, Manatea Bob Dupont.
Tell me about paddling in a condition like this with heavy rain, because it is pretty heavy.
Yeah, well, first thing you worry about is, can you actually see? Because it becomes almost not visible to where you're going, and if you're paddling in a race, you feel safer just because it's a controlled space, but when you're not, it's definitely a challenge because you're worried about boats, surf skis on the water, and you can't see them, and they can't see you.
How about the breathing?
It will make a difference. If it's a very heavy rain, you're going to have a little difficulty breathing.
Yeah, right. It actually hurts when
stings your skin. Yeah, stings your skin.
You sort of have to look down to be able to get the oxygen in without all the liquid. So, it is a water sport, but we don't want to push it too far. So, and it is getting to be heavier. Oh, here we have yet another
contestant coming in.
Another V1. Beautiful, beautiful stroke on this. Clearly a Polynesian paddler. You can tell by the way he sits up at the end. This is and look at the power, look at the strength, grace coming in through the finish here.
Just quite amazing stuff. If you're watching this right now, wherever you are in part of the world, let us know where you're watching. Let us know your comments. We're reading it out here on our live YouTube channel, Vibes. Make sure you subscribe. This won't be the last, I promise you that.
Absolutely.
There will be more of this coming at you from all over the world. We're spreading awareness, especially on this Autism National Awareness Month, which we talked about it earlier.
We sure did. And listen, a big shout out to all of our viewers in the UK, to our viewers in Brazil, to our viewers here in the United States, on the West Coast, on the East Coast. And I'm pretty sure we're going to, because we've got some of the top Polynesian paddlers here, we're going to have a few people out there in the middle of the Pacific checking us out as well. Even though they've got a big local race today in honor of Kevin Cuider, they're still going to be paying attention to their colleagues who are here today. So like a big shout out to everyone in the Pacific in Polynesia.
Anna, we want to thank you so much. You want to stick around? You're from Mother do so. Now I know you're busy. You let me know.
No, it's okay. I think we have Polly Danny, one of our local paddlers. He used to paddle out of here in Miami.
Oh, Danny.
On a surf ski, moved up to Jupiter, and he brought all his friends from Jupiter, which is a very strong also paddling community. It's about an hour from here.
Not that far from here, yep.
No, not at all.
In the Palm Beach area.
Exactly. And I think he may be coming around as well. I think I saw him, so he should be visible to us pretty soon.
You're seeing it right here. Again, it was originally about 12 miles. He's coming.
Yeah, in the yellow canoe.
Here we go. It is Yellow Vega.
Yeah.
Right, and again, we're a little delayed here with the feed, so you'll see it on your screen before
but
we
we've
say
got
it.
a neck-to-neck race here.
Neck-to-neck race. You'll see it shortly on your screens.
I know that I'm not supposed to use neck-to-neck. That's a Andre Sosa thing, but I'm going to say it. They're neck-to-neck, and they're really going to, like, I'll tell you. They're
down to the wire, Scott.
Down to the
wire.
10 miles. 10 miles. 10 miles, and they are sprinting to the finish.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
They're
my
going
gosh.
at it.
This is
Who's
a serious ending. Serious ending. It's anybody's.
That's another
race.
local peddler, Danny.
Oh my gosh! It is impossible to tell. Impossible to tell.
I don't want to be the timekeeper there.
Sean and Danny.
Sean and Danny, nice.
That was incredible.
I cannot tell you who won, who got first.
It was pretty even to me.
That was.
It looked very even. God bless the timekeeper.
I would say it was probably a tie between them.
I don't want to be that guy or girl, I'll tell you that much.
Listen, that's what it's all about. You give it your all for 10 miles, and then you've got the last 100 meters, and you're right there next to somebody else, and they're going to push you hard. And those two competitors pushed each other to the limit. I guarantee you it's a good nap coming later for both those guys.
And they're good friends. They train together a lot.
There you go. There
so
you
go. It's nice.
Yeah, it is.
Anyways, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ana Garcia.
Anna, thank you so much for joining us, all right?
Yeah,
thanks,
welcome.
And we'll catch you next time in the water.
Okay.
All right.
And stay tuned because now we're getting a peddler from Argentina.
From Argentina.
Her name is Aixa Ramos.
Después vamos a tener un poco de vino. Hello, welcome.
Hey, Aixa, how are you?
Welcome.
All right.
Good to see you.
A former teammate of mine, Aixa Ramos, and she is with Kanalui. Are you doing any other paddling besides Kanalui, or?
Well, I'm still with Buff.
Oh, you are doing dragon boating as well? And are you coaching them?
Not recently.
Not recently.
An outrigger.
Okay, very good. Very good. So, we noticed that you're here in your street clothes.
Right. So you're a spectator today, not a competitor?
No, I already changed.
Oh,
man, that was
you were the first race.
It's like Superman or Superwoman.
Okay.
Boom. Now you see me, now you don't.
So what craft were you in today?
OC2.
OC2. Who was your partner?
John Jay.
Oh, John Jay.
Yeah.
We watched you paddle. You guys were battling it out with another V1 for a while.
Yes, we tried, and we got the buoy. We got caught by the buoy.
Oh, you got caught on the buoy.
Yeah, that was fun.
Okay.
We had to get the boat and swim a little bit.
Oh no!
So yeah, we've asked a lot of the participants out there. Was that some of the biggest challenges you faced? How was that water for you? How did it feel?
It was super fun. Actually, now that I'm here and I'm with you.
So you see, it varies. It was super fun for her.
It was super fun. Now, it was
was tough. It was tough. That upwind, like you were drifting, so.
How's your body feeling now after you participate?
Well,
How do you feel? The
like,
soreness?
I feel super light.
Okay.
But yeah, it was good. It was a good race. It was enough distance for me. Super happy to be here in the first black belt.
Knowing this competition, and we're seeing another competitor just about to cross the line. You'll see it very soon on your screens. But with any other type of physical activity, the next day is when you know what your body took toll. Do you feel that maybe you'll be a little sore tomorrow night because of that effort that you put in? You'll be all right. You're just used to it.
I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be fine. Tomorrow we're having a clinic actually. So
look at that. You don't stop. No rest day for you.
Well, you can. I mean, look at these guys. You can.
No.
You have to keep going if you want to be here and have a good time, because that's the idea. So yeah,
that is
you
just
have to keep going.
And how did the journey? Because what I find, Scott, is that some of these paddlers, men and women, started with Dragon Boat. Is that kind of like the initiation?
It can be for many paddlers. Many paddlers start off in Dragon Boat. It's sort of like I said, it's the gateway drug to paddling. Yeah. And so you get into that, and then you start to train in an OC, and they're like, oh, I'm getting pretty good in the OC. Maybe I'll race in the OC, and then it kind of becomes a natural evolution to include outrigger as a part of your training regimen, and then maybe also part of your racing discipline. So then at a certain point you have to kind of pick, like, where am I going to focus my efforts? Is it going to be in the Dragon Boat? Is it going to be in the outrigger? But it's always good to switch between one and the other. Always good. As we were talking about, there are other paddling disciplines, the marathon canoe, the Olympic disciplines, the sprint canoes and kayaks. All of these things feed one another. They're all part of the same sport, a paddle sport. We get a lot of paddleboarders. A lot of paddleboarders will, after a while, they're getting tired of standing up, so they want to sit down a little bit with us, and so they come into the boats, and they're like, look at what we were missing. We could have been sitting the whole time.
Now, do you see some of the shift? If I started off with a Dragon Boat, I go to the V1 or the O2 and just flip-flop from one another? Or do you just, I've kind of graduated from the Dragon Boat, I think now I'm going to stick to the V1?
I don't think it's a graduation thing. I like both. Okay. It's not like I prefer one or the other. And it's a different stroke. So Dragon Boat is more about sprints, and then when you jump to an OC6, let's say, you have to kind of learn that patience in the water and a bunch of other things. And once you start doing that, they're like, okay, but you need to get better in OC1. So you're always learning something new and how to be better. It's a never-ending story. The other day I jumped in on a surf ski, and it's like, oh, I need to work on my balance now. So it's always something new. It's great.
Well, this is fantastic. Thank you for joining us today, Aixa.
Argentina.
All right, Argentina.
We have Venezuela, Brazil, the UK.
You can be from anywhere.
Tahiti.
You can paddle. Paddling is a world sport, an inclusive sport, and that's what's great about it. Anybody can do it, and everybody does it, and you should too.
Awesome.
You should too.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
We'll catch you for la parrillada. All right. All right. Well, Scott, I mean, it's just great stuff what we've seen from some of these competitors.
It is.
That they're now taking their break, and
we saw earlier. We saw our first Brazilian competitor, Dave McKnight, come across very strong in the OC. Looks to me like he might have unofficially won the OC for the open men. We've seen a lot of V1s coming across too, but I'll tell you, it is a testimony to the endurance and the grit of these athletes. They are coming across looking solid, absolutely solid.
Tip-top shape. I'm sure now once you get off your vessel, Scott, first thing is hydration? Stretching?
Definitely stretch. Stretching is key. Hydration is really key the day before. And really just having good hydration habits. You can't come out here dry because you will run out.
Right.
You don't want to have cotton mouth in the middle of a race. So yeah, and here comes Conrad Garcia.
Conrad, come
Jr.
on in. How are you, Conrad?
Listen, Conrad, welcome. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome.
We just had your mom up here. You raced ski today, did you not?
I did. And speaking of hydration and proper preparation for a race like this, that's one of the most important things you can do.
Indeed.
Getting out there doing 5-10 miles in these conditions, you start to question yourself.
So how much is it that you need to hydrate? What is it that you do the day before? I remember when I was in football, my coach used to tell me, before the game, drink a gallon of water.
Yep.
If you're urinating during the night, that's good because you're going to be hydrated the next day. What is it in this case right here?
Well, so when I made it home from happy hour, I did have a Pedialyte.
Happy hour?
Wait a minute. Who is this guy?
That dehydrates you, man.
Not what I should have been doing.
Yeah. Word of
but it was
advice, kids.
That's right. This is a how not to do it segment of our show.
And that's why I did the short course today. That's why my father did not beat me today.
Okay. So your dad beat you, which is not a common occurrence, I know, because
Dad got the better edge here today.
That's right.
Dad, kudos to you. Be the example, man.
That's right.
In our 2024 race season, we're now 2-2.
Okay.
I gotta come back now.
Okay.
Better preparation. I haven't been training this month.
But when you're serious about it, how much hydration do you do? What's the prep prior to the actual race?
You want to be drinking a lot of water.
Yeah.
And, you want to be eating good foods.
Yeah.
Foods that won't hold you back, that won't sit in your stomach. Eat a proper meal. And then when you come out in the morning, continue drinking water, stay hydrated, and bring the necessary tools that you need out there on the water. If you have a life vest, you have a camelback, something like that, take water out there because you don't want to be caught without water out there.
I don't want to stop your flow, but your dad just mouthed, "I beat him." So, but you'd already said that on camera. So
you guys have a bet going on?
No bet. It's just a family competition.
So what about your nutrition? Are you eating during the middle of the race, or do you leave that off until after?
I don't eat in the middle of a race. I do leave that for after. Sometimes you make the decision to eat before a race, and sometimes,
is that good or bad?
Sometimes it comes back to bite you.
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
That's fine. Yep. No worries.
You have to be eating proper nutrition before a race.
Right. I mean, especially if you're just out there because of the weather conditions, because of the wave, if you got some nausea, right? Depending on, of course, you're used to it. You've been out there, but there's a possibility.
Yeah.
Right.
I had pizza this morning.
Yeah, that's not good,
pizza,
Conrad.
Okay, so this is segment 2 of our.
Is right here.
I think I learned a lot of not to do here from Conrad.
I think
Happy hour pizza.
First
scratch it, buddy.
No pizza before the race.
I have to say I'm beginning to understand how your father beat you today.
It's factual, yes.
Right.
But he's been training. He's been paddling 3 to 4 times a week, going to the gym.
Okay.
62 years old, he's killing it.
Wow.
Well, that's amazing, right? He's in great shape. You can see, that's the thing about training, consistently training, being on the water, that's, as somebody who used to do that, I can tell you that it will get you into great shape. So it's the sort of thing that if you're doing it, maintaining consistency, how often are you on the water?
I haven't paddled the month of April.
Okay, so
you just came in cold turkey. In a month you haven't paddled. You just said let's go.
That's pretty amazing.
Love the community.
Okay, very good. Well, then hats off to you for doing that, because that's a key part of this too, just to be involved.
And for the younger generation, do you see a lot of young folks coming in and paddling here in South Florida or in Florida?
There are a lot of new generation paddlers.
Yeah.
Up in Jupiter, they have a very strong community up there when it comes to stand-up paddleboarding. Now, it's not easy, but one of the biggest blessings from my life has been the water sports community. I've been in the water sports community since 2009, going to all the races, started surfing up in Fort Pierce and stand-up paddleboarding, going to Surf Expo in Orlando, and now in my adult life, all of the connections that I've made, all of the people that have seen me growing up, taught me things along the way. Now in my professional life, I'm able to reach out to them for guidance or to give guidance back. And then as well, continue participating in the community to keep it growing and to keep it for the next generation to cherish and gain from it as much as I did.
So it's a blessing because of that relationship, those friendships that you've made that have helped you out as a person, as a professional, and on your personal life.
That's right.
That is just absolutely awesome, Conrad.
Excellent. Conrad, congratulations.
Thank you.
Train hard.
And you could go happy hour now. Get out of here,
That's
Conrad.
right.
No pizza eating in the morning. Congrats, Conrad, on that competition out there. And I'm telling you, it's just crazy, the weather here in South Florida. Just like 10 minutes ago, it looked like all hell was break loose. Now it's just beautiful again.
Well, and it's blue sky again, but it's interesting. When it looked like all hell was breaking loose, we had no wind.
Yeah.
Now the wind has picked right back up again. As you saw, it was knocking over equipment a moment ago, and it's just one of these things where the weather is definitely a component to this kind of competition. You can hear, wow, that's some serious
that's a big
wind.
howling right there. It's like a wolf is howling out here right now. That wind.
So these athletes coming across the line right now, they have had to battle with all sorts of varying conditions, all kinds of waves, currents, and wind, of course, and then the rain, as a little cherry on top of their sundae. Andre, how do you feel about this race today? Are you happy?
I see that gloomy. Can we get a zooming in on this guy's face? It's like he's glaring.
Listen, this guy has put so much work into this race, and let me just say that I've been at dozens of races in my life, and for a local race, this is an amazingly run race. So really, I gotta hand it to you, Andre. This is a very good race. I really recommend that everyone comes to this race next year. What, you had almost 90 competitors this year?
Close to 100.
Almost 90 competitors. I guarantee if this...
We have to shut down the registration.
Wow.
People are trying to register last minute.
Right. But next year, register early. It's a great venue. They put on a fantastic race. We have all of these vendors behind us here. I will say, I'm sad to see the coffee guys gone. But
that's a big no-no.
Listen, you got to tell that guy to stay here through the whole thing next year. But there's food. There are goods and services for you here. This is a premium quality race. So congratulations.
How you feeling, Andre? How you feeling?
I feel great. Thank you very much for the words. It was a lot of effort, but as I told you before, I don't take this as only for me. This is part of a big group that put this race together. Yes, the idea came from me and my wife, but I cannot be selfish.
Can we get Monica here, Andre?
We can bring Monica.
You guys are
Can
we try to get Monica here somehow?
Monica is the
we gotta get a little limelight on Monica as well, Andre.
Because she put a lot of effort.
Yeah.
She put the whole team on our company to commit to understand what is this race.
Yes.
And
let's get Monica in
the
here.
whole community. Yes.
Let's get her in here.
She's
part of the team.
She was the
Monica,
the brain behind the idea of the black belt battle.
You guys have worked a lot, very diligently. I've seen it with my very own eyes. Monica, you owning a communications firm, of course your husband being involved in the sports world, but tell me, you said it's about a year in the making, but how did it come around? Infinite Source Communications assisting in the sponsorship of this paddling contest. What went through your mind around and said, hey, let's do this race?
So it definitely has been in a long time making, and here's our little boy.
We got another one. Where's the other young boy?
Running around here somewhere.
Okay.
But when I saw Andre and our trip to Tahiti, when we went to go do the live stream, he lit up. His passion for this race, his passion for the community, really bringing everybody together, and the hospitality that we received, the Tahitian vibe and culture was amazing. And so when he had the idea to do this race, I supported him 100%. We do communications, PR, marketing, events on a daily basis, and this was definitely a risk that I took, but it was worth it because of his passion and the passion that he pulled me in on, and I too grew a love for this sport. The people, the energy, the vibe, the families that welcomed us into Tahiti, the De Boa family, they treat us like kings there, and kings and queens, and we wanted to give back to the community and show Florida, the United States, all across the world, this amazing community, and it's with health, wellness, and connectivity to the ocean, and that's just something that we're celebrating Mother Earth and what she brings to our lives, and we forget that we wouldn't exist, right, with having community, culture, family, love, and that's the thing that made me want to do this. It was a lot of work, and thanks to you, thanks to the ISC staff, everybody who joined us and made this happen, because we would not, all the athletes who backed us up and supported us. And that's what it's about, community coming together and making sure that we just continue to grow together and also lift each other up and support each other. So that's just, and this is Apollo. They are upcoming competitors and paddlers.
Yes, yes.
We're going to be on the water very soon. And one of the things that I love about this sport is it's for all ages, all shapes and sizes, all backgrounds, cultures, and it's just a way to, like I said, connect with others and take a risk. That's what we did. Get outside your comfort zone. That's what these athletes did today. Amazing. We had a 71-year-old woman paddler,
Wow. Right.
Monica.
Right.
Amazing.
No
woman.
relation.
Amazing, and she did it. She was scared to get on that water, especially today, and we encouraged her so much. She finished this race, and she's 71 years old.
Wow.
That's
and
amazing.
That's awesome.
This sport is for all, and I really am blessed that we are able to do it, and you guys are broadcasting today.
You know, we talk about motivating people, you being a female, owning your own business, the communications world, and this is new territory for you. This is a sporting event. So the manner that you communicate to the public to put the word out is completely different. So you being this business owner, you're walking into new territory. How was your mentality going into this, and what kept you going?
Basically, the mentality was just focus on community, focus on the people that we know, focus on the people that would be interested in supporting us, and that's what we stuck to, and I think it worked. You know, Village of Key Biscayne, the commissioner and the mayor supported us.
Awesome.
Our local community, Miami-Dade County, backed us up. The city of Miami police, fire, when we brought this to them, they looked at us asking us, what are you trying to do here? What is your idea? Black belt what? Paddling what? Tahitian sport what? So it was a matter of just really trying to stay positive and connect with our community locally, and then it turned into a global effort because once people saw that things were falling into place, they wanted to join. And I'm not going to say it wasn't easy getting permits and securing police and Marine Patrol and the U.S. Coast Guard. A lot goes into these things, from registrations to permits, but we had to keep going. And I think our personal passion for this, and for me, being this something that I'm not used to doing, was definitely a challenge, but we can take it. So.
Yeah, we've had folks from all over the world that are tuning into this broadcast. We've had folks from Brazil, from the United Kingdom, from the west side of Florida. So this is just a matter of time that the next time around, you're going to see people from all over the world. You mentioned in an article that this is the F1 of paddling. F1 Formula One race is coming here to South Florida next week. So this could be setting up that. It could be like a 2-week type of event, right? You got the paddling and then the racing on the road. So next time around, are we prepared? We're going to see people from all sorts of the world that are going to be flying in to compete in the black belt paddling. I'm sure you guys must be very proud of that.
That's the goal. That's the goal. We live in a gem. We live in South Florida. This is not only a place where we live, work, and play, but it's a global destination that's easy to get to. There's so many things that's being done here in Miami-Dade County and the surrounding communities, and that's the goal, not only to showcase this sport and encourage athletes to come, but also showcase this beautiful city that has been so good to our company and to us. That's my mission too, and really to continue to put Miami and this community on the map. It's already on the map, but for other reasons. Formula One, it's a beautiful race where you see the scenic and iconic places within a city. We want to do that here, but Miami and Miami-Dade, they're known for their sunny beaches, beautiful ocean waters, sea life. You get to see dolphins when you're paddling here, manatees, and we are also bringing that to the ocean, just like Formula One brings that to the streets. And I think it's something that it's going to get bigger and better. This year, last week we had 30 paddlers. Today, 81 paddlers were on the water, which is a true blessing. But guess what? 400 is going to be next year, so get ready, sign up, and we are going to make this bigger and better.
If there's one thing that you want to take from this experience that's memorable, that you'll take to death, what is it? I'll start with Monica first, and then I'll go to Andre. I know this is a guessing game here, but one thing, Andre, one thing that's that's going to go with you that you're so happy that, wow, that you're going to take this to the end?
For me, it's pretty easy. For me, I see the Tahoe that I saw when I went to Tahiti, the unity, and the Tahoe that you see even when people helping each other in Hawaii when we had that problem in Maui with the fire. The unity that people show, they are united people, they're very committed to one to the other. When they go to the other, they go together, they protect each other. And I saw this, in my vision, I saw this happening today on my race with the whole community here, the MRC community, with Kanalui, with the Hui, and all my friends that was here, like all those people that were here, we are doing the interview, are personal friends. They got together, they helped a lot. We have a beautiful podium that my friend Tony built the podium for us. People letting other people use their boats or coming here early in the morning to set up cones for the food trucks and everything around. So for me, what I'm going to take from this race is the unity that these people here in the South Florida, specifically here in the MRC, show me to put this race together.
And Monica, I gotta ask you, what is that memorable thing that you're gonna be like, wow, this is just awesome. I can't get any more prouder of myself and the team and the company and your husband and everyone that's come together.
No, I think Andre said it perfectly, but for me, it's definitely when there's enough passion and purpose in yourself and belief in yourself, you can do anything. And with the love and the support from the people around you encouraging you, anything's possible, no matter how large or small the task was. And that's for me what I'm going to take away. Nobody doubted me. Everybody encouraged. Whether it turned out this successful or not, they still would have showed me the love for that. But for me, I'm going to take away that support and the fact that anything's possible. So if you dream big, have a big vision, and you put it out there in the universe, it's all going to work out. And we just definitely are so happy that everyone's tuning in today online.
Yes.
That we have you all here, this beautiful commentary, that the racers are safe, they're off the water safely, and we're just ready to celebrate them, this sport, and the Ohana vibe of love, family, friendship, and everything. So that's definitely something. They've all too become my family, and it's fun to encourage the paddlers that have become my friends to really push themselves and sign up for this. It's the first time they've been in a single watercraft, but they did it for us, and they pushed themselves outside of their comfort zone, just like I did, and that's what we need to do to just get to a better place and be better people. So.
Well, all the hard work is done.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to let you guys go and take charge of the most important part, and that's celebration. So get out of here and have fun.
Thank you.
Get out of here, have fun,
Okay.
enjoy yourself.
Great job.
You guys have put
Great
too much
job.
work in there,
Thank
all right?
you so much.
Good job, congratulations. Celebrate with the family. Let us do our work here. Enjoy.
Thank you everyone
Say
that
the
was
champion
watching,
for
thank
us.
you one that helped, thank you one from Brazil that was listening. Pessoal do Brasil aí que estiver assistindo, ano que vem, cola junto aí. A gente teve o Dave McKnight participando da prova esse ano. Ele prometeu voltar ano que vem, tá empolgado, vai trazer um reforço aí. Entre em contato comigo, a gente trabalha de uma maneira fácil para todo mundo vir para cá. Um abraço para todo mundo aí do Brasil. Thank you guys.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much,
Andre, thanks so much.
Thank you for having us.
Congratulations, great effort, man. Great, awesome stuff here, Scott. I mean, we're pretty much almost wrapping up.
We are. We're seeing.
I don't know about you. We've been standing for how long? I don't know, 5 hours or something. I think it's time to move my legs, shake my hips.
That's right. Yeah, you keep talking about the dancing.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to move my joints.
But I'm noticing the paddlers coming across the line now are actually more of our local paddlers. We just saw and actually paddlers from the west coast of Florida. We just saw Mark Atanasio and JP Ansola come across. Oh, Fabio also has come across the line. So we're looking at sort of our quality local paddlers now crossing the line. But I'm as you might imagine, I'm sort of anticipating a certain paddler coming across the line. She's been training pretty hard. She did the V1, so if you've never paddled a V1 before, I strongly encourage you to get into it. Try it on a day when it's not quite as windy as today.
Right, yeah. This is, look, to be honest, I was out there prior to the long race, and they were saying, look, if you want to get into sport, don't go in this weather condition. It's not for you. You got to find the right time, the right moment.
And there are plenty of days like that. There are plenty of amazing, beautiful days where it's like very placid, and you get a chance to feel yourself in the boat, in the water, and that's great. That's great. But as you progress, as you get further and further into the sport, days like this occur, and you don't stop because a day like this is happening. You go out, you challenge yourself. Sometimes you don't meet the challenge. Sometimes you do meet the challenge, and I mean, there are times where, like, we do downwinders from Matheson Hammock to here.
Beautiful place there, yeah.
Oh, it's a great place. And the winds during the...
We have another one coming in right now.
Hey, that would be my wife.
It's your wife. That's the moment we've been waiting for, Scott.
That's right.
Now we got the cherry on top.
That's right. Now we can cut the broadcast.
Now we can go, right? God forbid you didn't announce her, Scott.
Listen.
Would have been hard, tough cookies.
I saw
Doghouse for you, Scott.
I saw her. I said, listen, it would have been a long ride home to Hollywood. I saw her coming across the other side.
That's like 45 minutes for those people that are tuning in from Miami to Fort Lauderdale, just to bring it down for you.
It would have been even longer for me.
Like a century.
Looking very strong coming across in the V1. She's been training in the V1. She's done the bigger races like Te Aito, Super Aito, Seva. She was in all these races. She raced in Vodafone with the Raiatea women's team. So she's got a long history. She's also been paddling for 35 years.
Wow.
So and she's done all kinds of stuff: sprint kayak, sprint canoe, the very first sprint canoeist, and very first woman national champion in sprint canoe. Like, she held multiple North American records for years until just very recently. So, like, no surprise to see her come across strong. But as we're looking at the rest, and I don't want to like negate the rest of it, I know a lot about that paddler.
Right.
But
you should.
as I see the rest of these paddlers coming through, they're just showing a level of grace, a level of skill. The technique still looks good as these paddlers are coming across the line. So that is what has driven them entirely through this process.
Well, Scott, it's been an awesome, amazing day. We withstood the weather conditions, the wind gusts, the rain, the sun, the whole nine. But Mr. Scott Miller, it has been an absolute pleasure to learn
Roman,
so much from you.
Super pleasure.
Yeah.
I look forward to us doing this more and more in the future. At a certain point, you're going to know more than I do.
There we go. It's all about educating yourself. And if it's your first time tuning in and learning about paddling, we hope you enjoyed this broadcast. Listen, on behalf of all of our organizers, Andre Sosa, Monica Diaz, Felipe, Israel, Devin, the whole production crew here,
Absolutely.
all the hard work that they put in.
Incredible
we thank
work.
you very much. Infinite Source Communications, all of the sponsors. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you hit that subscribe button on the YouTube channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. Rodolfo Roman signing off.
That's right.
Till
Scott
next
Miller.
time, be safe
All
and
right.
cheers, everyone. Thanks for joining us from the inaugural Black Belt Paddle Challenge. We'll catch you next year.
Next year.